Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to GIS Day 2019. I am the Chief of the Geography and Map Division. My name is Dr. Paulette Hazier. It is my privilege to be up here and talk to you a little bit about the tradition of GIS Day here at the Library of Congress, and then, of course, to introduce our keynotes and the person who's going to come right after me, which is a lot more important than me. So, the Library of Congress and the Geography and Map Division has been celebrating GIS Day for over 10 years. Past programs included things like geographic education, the mapping of the poles, and careers in GIS. This is a celebration of the people and the technology who've created a revolution in mapping in the last 30 years. The Geography and Map Division has embraced the use of GIS and the collection of geospatial data through its geospatial hosting environment and through partnerships with the Office of the Chief Information Officer, the Congressional Research Service, and our partnership with ESRI. G&M continues to provide the best geographic information to our patrons and to Congress. More recently, we have started to look closely at the problems associated with the collection of large amount of geospatial data and its preservation. This year, we're exploring newer mapping technologies in our program and discuss the applications of 3D mapping and imaging in cultural heritage preservation. This is a subject that's very near and dear to the Library of Congress, and after the recent fire in Notre Dame de Paris, it is timely and an important topic. I would like to thank you all for coming today, and it is my great privilege and pleasure to introduce the 14th Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden, winner of last year's American Association of Geographers Atlas Award, to say a few words and to introduce Senator John Boozman, and we will also have Representative Bruce Westerman, both from Arkansas today. Thank you.
Well, welcome to GIS Day 2019, and I told Pauletta the last part was the most important thing about me today, receiving that honor on behalf of the Library of Congress. And as she said, the Library of Congress has been celebrating this day for more than a decade, and it is very fitting that just months after the tragic fire at Notre Dame and other losses of the world's cultural institutions through disaster, conflict, that we come together today in the world's largest library to talk about how technology can be used to help preserve our cultural heritage and to move forward all together. The Library of Congress, as you probably know, has been at the forefront of conservation and preservation, and GIS gives us just another tool and an important tool to help this nation and other nations save and preserve their cultural heritage. It gives me great pleasure to introduce a supporter of the Library of Congress and also the co-chair of the Congressional French Caucus, which fosters economic and cultural interactions between France and the United States. Senator John Boozman of Arkansas, and will be joined by Congressman Westerman of Arkansas. We'll talk about the tragedy of Notre Dame and how government policy, disaster preparedness, and new technologies are necessary together to help us preserve the nations, the worlds, the great buildings, the artifacts, and the cultural treasures. So please join me in welcoming Senator Boozman.
Well, thank you all, and thank you for the opportunity to come over and talk about this great technology that's changed so much, changed our lives in so many different ways. I'm interested in as our librarian, who I so much appreciate. Where'd you go? Okay. No, we appreciate her so much. I'll tell you, she's done a tremendous job, and there was some controversy in the sense that, do we need an academic? And certainly she is an academic, by any stretch of the imagination, but she also had tremendous experience in running big libraries. And nobody's done a better job than she has, and we do appreciate all of your efforts. And in so many different ways. We've been really involved in the Veterans History Project. The Library of Congress has done a tremendous job in that way. And again, the list just goes on, and certainly things like this, being able to talk about these things that are so, so very important. She also, her mom is from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So I have to be extra special nice to her. She's still got relatives down there that I'm trying to get to vote for me. So, but anyway, it's great. I happened to be at the cathedral. Well, I was there on Easter Sunday 3 or 4 years ago. I was with Senator Shelby and Senator Leahy, and in traveling with them, they were able to make it such that we could sit up close during an Easter service. And it was just tremendous. You know, you can imagine being in that place on Easter and all that went into that. And then being there just a few months, really just a few weeks after the fire, and seeing the destruction, the devastation. The good news is that not too long ago, a guy named Andrew Tallon, I believe it was his name, did the geospatial imagery such that they've got great, literally, and Bruce can tell us how accurate that is, but it's down to like a half a centimeter or something like that. So we've got the ability. Now the world is coming together and has come together to provide the funding as they go back and do the significant task of rebuilding. So it is, I think it illustrates, what's going on in that realm. We could go through all kinds of things about the different areas that it is being so useful. And then two, the role of the federal government. And so Bruce, a colleague of mine in Arkansas, actually was the architect. He, and I believe Senator Hatch in the Senate.
Senator Warner.
Yeah. Anyway, came up with legislation so that the government could work with private sector in the sense of, all of our different levels of government so that we could work together and make sure that these things are moving in the right direction. Bruce serves the 4th Congressional District in Arkansas. He's a unique guy. He and I played football at Arkansas. He was a good football player. I was kind of there. But he went on to while he was playing football, got an engineering degree and went on to Yale and became, what's your degree? Forest management?
Forestry.
Forestry, yeah. So it's interesting. I'm very active in the ag community, and I go to all these plants. I go to all these different plants that have to do with timber and this and that. And as I go through, it turns out that he, in his prior work, designed most of those plants. So he's a guy that truly is a Renaissance man in the sense of having his finger in lots of different things. But I really do applaud him for the, jumping in feet first with this. We've got so much technology right now. It's difficult to get ahead of it in the sense of, how we can be supportive as a government. And certainly the government can be supportive and should be supportive. But it's a catch-up game. And guys like Bruce are out there on the forefront making it such that we can put some things in place so that we can do a better job. Bruce?
Thank you, Senator Boozman. It's a real honor to be here today with the senior senator from my state, just a marvelous guy that does so much for not just the state of Arkansas, but for our country. And if you don't know John Boozman, you need to get to know him because he's the real deal, and he makes things happen. He walks tall and carries a big stick. He doesn't talk a lot, but he gets things done, and it's such an honor to have him as the senior senator from my state. It's an honor to be here in this building, such a magnificent building. I tell people it is the finest piece of architecture in the city of Washington, D.C. Senator Boozman and I were here last night for a congressional dialogue dinner, which are my favorite events that we get to attend here. It was on the Declaration of Independence, and it's great to be able to come together in such a remarkable place and learn more about the history of this great country. Now, today you would, if you told somebody you were in D.C. for a GIS conference, they would say, what is that, geospatial impeachment systems? Because that seems to be the only thing that's being talked about. I came from an interview over in the Cannon Rotunda, and I don't think you could squeeze another TV camera in over there. So there are other things going on in the world contrary to the popular belief, and I'm glad to be with you talking about things that are significant and meaningful to our country. Senator Boozman mentioned the Geospatial Data Act, and I was honored to get to work on that. That really, I was just kind of the mechanism there. We have a guy named Shelby Johnson from Arkansas. Is Shelby here by any chance today? He comes to a lot of these meetings, but he's the GIS director for the state, and he came to me with the idea, and it was just great to work with him and the industry to get this act in place to try to get common platforms across the federal government. The senator mentioned that I did engineering and forestry work, and both of those rely heavily on GIS data, even more so today. I know 10 years ago we were looking at technology to take into existing factories and set up a scanner and be able to produce a three-dimensional model of what's in the existing factory without ever having to measure anything. And I've spent my fair share of time crawling around in dirty manufacturing facilities with a tape measure and a surveying instrument. So that's marvelous technology that, from what I understand, the cathedral actually had mapping like that done on it, and we're able to reproduce what was there, at least in a 3D model. We're continuing to work on GIS policy. Representative Kahn from Wisconsin and I introduced the FLAIR Act. This is to use, one of the tools would be geospatial data to help list the assets that the federal government owns. We really don't know how much land we have, how many buildings we have, and you can't really get an accounting of that if you would like to get it. So for us to be able to do a better job of managing our federal assets, we first need to be able to understand exactly what our federal assets are. I know there's a issue in my hometown of Hot Springs, Arkansas, with an old hospital. It was called the Army-Navy Hospital that the federal government deeded it to the state back in the 1960s. The state no longer needs it, and we're trying to figure out who gets it back in the federal government. Is it the Department of Defense? Is it the Park Service? And it depends on what day and who you ask on who actually gets that asset, or is it the GSA? But I'm telling you, what you do is critical. People don't realize that every day of their life is affected by geospatial data now. And just from the map on your phone to lots and lots of other things that we do, geospatial data plays a very important part in it. May not be quite as prevalent topic on the Hill today, but it is important, and it's an honor to be here with you and with Senator Boozman. And I want to welcome you and wish you good tidings and a great day.
Yeah, we'll be glad to answer any questions. I'm so grateful for the map. I got elected to Congress in 2001, and back then, that really didn't exist, or to any degree at all. So I'm coming from, I'd never been to Washington until I got elected. And so I'm coming up here, my wife is up here, and it's not like in Arkansas, you miss your turnoff in Arkansas, you go a couple blocks and you turn around and come back. You miss your turnoff here, and you're in big trouble.
You go to New York.
Exactly. And so, my wife would cry, it was wild. So, in fact, my daughter came up, and she actually went to school here for a semester. She thought it'd be great to finish out her junior year. She went to T.C. Williams, remember the Titan School over in Old Town, Alexandria, in that area. And so they were here, and then they left me. And I said, look, my daughter's learning to drive then. I said, when she's in the car, make sure she's driving. I want her to get, where she can drive with us, because I knew she would be. So she was driving all the time, did a great job. Well, they left me, and then I was having to come into town, and I get so frustrated. Literally, many times I would take and have to park my car and then get a cab to take me because I was late, because I was totally lost. And then I was afraid that I would lose my car, that I wouldn't remember where it was at. So any easy questions you have, or really any comments, we're here to learn. Anything you think that we need to be doing, and can be helpful as a government. We'd love to hear some comments or constructive criticism. Yes, ma'am.
Just having been a long-time government employee, and as I jokingly tell people, I've worked for 10 different agencies and 6 different cabinet departments, so I'm familiar with just,
Sure.
We have no clue because everyone has their little collection, and it's like they hold on to their little collection of information.
Right.
That's going to be, I think, one of the hardest parts of trying to, as you were mentioning, trying to get a sense of what does the federal government own. It's like, well, if people are willing to talk to each other, that's going to be your biggest roadblock.
No, I agree totally. And that's just for those of you that are in business and things, really in any situation, that's just a given. You kind of know what you've got. I was on the subcommittee on appropriations that had to do with the OPM breach. It was the same deal. They didn't know how many servers they had. They didn't know, what kind of equipment they had. It was scattered all over the place. So that really is the first start, and that's the importance of people like Bruce working so hard. You want to comment on what you're trying to do with that?
Well, I would just say I wholeheartedly agree. And, you can look at that socially, like if we want to get something done, we have to talk and communicate with each other. But when we look at it from an electronic standpoint, if you will, it's like we've got a lot of different agencies speaking different languages. And the purpose of the Geospatial Data Act was to at least get everybody speaking the same language and on the same platform, which is obviously key in communication. But we could be so much more efficient and so much more effective if we would just use the tools that we've got out there. Now, Department of Defense and Homeland Security, they're still going to be speaking a different language when all's said and done. We had to carve that out of the Geospatial Data Act, which I certainly understand why. But when you're talking about interior or ag, there's no reason we shouldn't be on the same platforms being able to share data and work together on that.
Yeah, a good example of that is in the Veterans Administration, DOD. We've talked about for years and years, them being able to communicate, pushing medical records and things as people get out. We're going to spend $16 billion over the next 10 years, trying to get that accomplished. To put that in perspective, an aircraft carrier costs about $13 billion, so that's a lot of money. And it's not only that, it's so that they can communicate with hospitals and things. And that really is the importance of trying to get a system that, does marry into each other. But you're right, one of the problems that we have with government, I think probably at all levels of government, it's just kind of the nature of the beast, is breaking down those silos, where you're communicating, and it could be so much more efficient. Yes, sir.
Is there a GIS caucus?
I think there's one for everything else.
A GIS, and what was the question?
GIS caucus. Not.
I'm sure if there is, Senator and I are both members of it, but
I don't. Are you aware of one?
I think there's a caucus that may include more than geospatial.
Yeah. Very good. Good. But no, and again, these aren't glamorous things, but these are the underpinning of things. They're so very important. So I think you make a good point that we need to look in and make sure that they have the profile. And the other thing too is that, for the average congressman, the average senator, they've got lots on their plate and this and that, and sometimes these things are not that easy to understand. And yet, as you pointed out, as a person that's been around government for a long time, experienced a lot of different situations, they can understand that, that we need these platforms to be able to communicate.
It's extremely important, I believe, in putting together good policy, especially, the senator's, the work he does in agriculture. I'm on the Natural Resources Committee in the House, and being the only forester in the House, I work on a lot of natural resources policy. There's a report came out of Switzerland that said that if we were to plant 1 trillion trees across the globe, we could reduce 10 years of global carbon emissions by planting 1 trillion trees. So, when I start looking at policy on what can we do to get more trees in the country, the first thing you want to know is how many trees are here today. And forestry is one of the places where GIS data was probably first used. And if you're curious, we've got the Forest Service estimates there's 300 billion trees in the United States. So if we were going to plant 1 trillion trees here, it would be 3 times more than we've currently got. But it's data like that. The more refined you get it, not only the number of trees, but where are those trees located? Where's land that we could put more trees on? Where's maybe wetlands that could be converted back to forest? Where are marginal farmlands? Those things are very important for policy decisions. So it just is another illustration of how what you do and what happens in the geospatial world affects things like policy that we're working on.
Yeah, in regard to the cathedral, the work that they've been doing there, one of the major problems has been, is it safe, in different areas. And so the structure was damaged mightily. And then they were working on it when it was damaged, and all the structures in place, so that they could climb up, all of that just melted, it was a big mess. But the thing that's helped them that way is drone technology, being able to use drones and this technology, and then again, going in places through that technology where you couldn't go in and measure with anything because it wasn't safe for a person to go in there. And so it really is, it's just, I think that the ability in the art world and every aspect of our life, it really is unlimited as we see this developing at such a tremendous rate. Anybody else got any questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know more about just like the U.S. response to the fire in Vietnam. Or you talk about how collaboration and how that's their response.
I think it's going really well. Our librarian mentioned that I'm a co-chair of the French Caucus myself and Senator Coons in the Senate. And I think that collaboration has been very good. As always, you get into situations where you've got to decide, exactly, first of all, it's important to raise the dollars, and I think that's going to be okay. There's so many countries that are willing to kick in. The countries, again, we all realize how important the structure is. And yet, there's a little bit of discussion right now is exactly how you build it back. And do you do it, exactly the same? Do you change things a little bit? And so I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle to overcome. They're working really hard on that, and it will be overcome. And so what they'd like to do, the president of France would like to get it done in 5 years. Some people say that's a little ambitious, and yet I think it really does speak to the commitment and how important this structure is. And so hopefully it won't go on the, back on the back burner in the sense of us forgetting about it. But I don't think so. Like I said, I think it's moving in the right direction. Anybody else? Well, thank you so much for letting us come and be with you. Again, if anything does come up, if you've got any questions or anything we can do to help, be sure and let us know. We're easy to find, and we'll help any way that we can. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming, and special thanks to Senator Boozman, Congressman Westerman, Dr. Hayden, and Dr. Hazier for their opening remarks this morning. My name is Tim St. Ange, and I'm a cartographer in the Geography and Map Division here at the Library of Congress. And I'll be working to try to keep the rest of our program today on track. So our overall plan for the morning session is 2 presentations that should take us to about 11:30 or so, at which point we will be breaking for lunch. And then after lunch, our afternoon session will begin at approximately 1 p.m. And then at 2:30, we will have a question and answer session for the full group of speakers. So if you have questions along the way for different presenters, we'd love for you to bring those up at that session so that we can have a broader discussion about GIS in cultural heritage preservation. At the end of the day, we will have an open house in the Geography and Map Division that will be going on from about 3:30 to 4:30. Geography and Map Division, if you're visiting us, is in the Madison building across the street in the basement level. And that'll give you an opportunity to peruse some of our cartographic treasures. So the exact schedule on the timings is slightly subject to change. We want to give our presenters plenty of time to, to discuss their involvement in GIS and 3D mapping and lots of other topics. So if those timings change, I will let you know, but that's the general plan for the day. I also want to note that in case you have your staff or you have other access to a computer, we are live streaming this event on YouTube, on the Library of Congress's YouTube channel. So if you'd like to watch some of that, some of this event remotely, that's an option for you as well. So without further ado, I will be introducing our first speaker of the morning. John Hessler is a specialist in computational geography and GIS here at the Library of Congress, a colleague of mine in the Geography and Map Division, and the founder and principal investigator at the Topology Lab for Virtual Geographic Environments at Johns Hopkins University. He will be presenting Video Ergo CO, Notre Dame, Computer Vision, and the Future of GIS in Cultural Heritage Preservation. So please welcome John Hessler.
Well, thanks everyone for coming. Appreciate the attendance. We had our little policy talk, and now it's kind of time to get down into the data. Before I begin, the senator mentioned Andrew Tallon, and I need to actually speak about him for just a second. Andrew is responsible for laser imaging many of the cathedrals in France. He passed away last year. And the data that I'm going to present was his private data for quite some time. A company called Hexagon Geosciences released that data to the public in April of this year after the fire. This is a huge amount of data. It is the most detailed laser imaging we have of Notre Dame, and for that matter, for almost any cathedral. And you'll see some of that processed here. So without, there we go. As Tim said, this is data that is coming from 2 different places, not only from my work here at the library, but a lot of the data processing that you're going to see is done at the Topology Lab. It's done in the TrueCloud system. Just a little shout out to the people who kind of work on this a little bit. And so some of the stuff that you're going to see is a cross between the Hexagon data release and Andrew's work, which has also been made public in several ways. But most of that data remains kind of unprocessed and sort of out of public eye, and you'll see why in just a bit. So before I begin with that, when we're talking about GIS and we're talking about the integration of GIS and 3D modeling and cultural heritage modeling, we're really talking about a synthesis that's taken place in these fields in just the last few years. It's not been that long ago that we weren't able to take this very detailed 3D data and actually put it on something of an accuracy that's going to allow us to rebuild the cathedral or look at the various aspects of the damage that actually occurred during a natural disaster or a fire. In the 19th century, 3D modeling was something that was all the rage. What you're seeing here is Hadrian's Column, actually in Rome, but then a 3D model of it that is in the Victoria and Albert Museum. This is something that throughout the 19th century was something extremely important. Hadrian's Column, in this case, the one that is actually in Rome is nearly unreadable, where the one that is actually in the Victoria and Albert Museum is fairly pristine. And we'll talk about that sort of idea of the digital preservation or the preservation of a monument through laser imaging. Viollet-le-Duc, you probably heard his name several times as the Notre Dame fire happened. He was one of the restorers of the cathedral, the one who put the wooden spire that dramatically collapsed into the building that actually wasn't part of the original plan for the cathedral. The cathedral, of course, is this massive palimpsest. But Viollet-le-Duc also did 3D modeling. He made models of various capitals and things like that using plaster of Paris. This is actually the cathedral in Amiens, where he actually used plaster casts from another cathedral to reconstruct the capitals. So we don't really know where these particular images came from. They shouldn't be from Amiens, but Viollet-le-Duc used his stash of 3D models to restore the capitals in the cathedral. And this is one of the restorations that he did. One of the questions that we'll have when we get into some of the Notre Dame data will be, what is a restoration here? What are we actually restoring to? The laser imaging that has been done on Notre Dame is really a palimpsest of things from centuries of work. And so where do we go? How far back do we go? And what is it that we restore? So one of the things that I'm going to talk a little bit about to sort of set the stage for the rest of the talks here is kind of about cultural preservation and digital cultural preservation as it's kind of practiced. One of the most interesting theorists in this area right now is Rem Koolhaas, the great architect that some people may have heard of. He wrote a book, a series of lectures in Columbia University called Preservation is Overtaking Us, which is an amazing reflection on what preservation actually is when we're talking about things like buildings. The idea that preservation is overtaking us came to him when he designed a building, and upon the ribbon cutting, it was immediately classified as a historical monument. And so there was no time between the actual commissioning of the building and it becoming a historical monument. And we're beginning to see that kind of creep now as we begin to preserve buildings that are closer and closer to our time. And he had this idea that this might at some point become somewhat problematic, and we'll talk a little bit about that in just a bit. Now, one of the things that building preservation does is it creates relevance without creating a new form. And this is one of the things that architects have talked about from some time when they're talking about restoration. You're basically making a building relevant by preserving it, by digital scanning it, or by doing some kind of preservation work on it, but you're not making it into a new form externally, as an object. You're just restoring it to what it was. One of the things we'll talk about in just a minute is what does that actually mean? We're actually taking these buildings out of what their social context was and giving them a new social context. And so that's kind of an important thing when we're considering Notre Dame and the restorations of buildings like that. What are we restoring to and who for? So when we talk about digital restoration, we're basically digitizing a building. In this case, we're looking at Palmyra as it was and Palmyra as it is, a photograph of it. We know that was actually destroyed in the sort of cultural heritage genocide that's taken place over the last couple of years. And when we digitize an object like this and then we reproduce it, we take it out of its previous social context. In other words, we kind of alter the meaning of it. And Palmyra was, of course, a Roman site. It was digitized using photographs from the web, and then when it was reproduced in its various forms, it wound up obviously in the Trafalgar Square as a column, and we rematerialized this thing. We see that it has now a different social context. It's not the same building as it was before. It has a totally different meaning. To a certain extent, Notre Dame is in that same place right now. It has been destroyed by a fire, and it's all of a sudden taken on a social meaning and a representation that it didn't have before. So a couple of questions before we go on to the Notre Dame data. And yes, that is a photograph of the destruction of Palmyra. So how do objects actually gain their capacity that we think they're so valuable that we cannot imagine a future generation without it? This is an important question. We here think about Notre Dame, and we can't imagine future generations visiting Paris without the cathedral sitting on that island and people walking through it. But whose history are we restoring, and what does that mean? Other people may not think the same way. The sites in the Middle East have a question of social context. Whose history are we restoring to? Who makes the decisions of what is an important building and what is not an important building? These are questions that are resource questions. When we're talking about the scanning of Notre Dame, as we'll see in just a bit, we are talking about laser imaging that generated billions and billions of a point cloud of billions of points. A lot of processing time. And so what is important to save? And who makes those decisions are really important questions. Now, when we actually digitally scan or we laser scan an object and we combine it with the GIS, really what we want to do is we want to make something that is an accurate model. We want to be able to geometrically query these models. In other words, these are not just things that we print out on a laser printer and they're nice little toys. We actually want to be able to analyze the digital copy. Most of the digitization that you see, most of the things that you see in 3D do not have that level of accuracy that we can actually query geometrically the actual model. So when we scan Notre Dame, when we scan something of this complicated nature, we actually want to be able to figure out what the distances are between certain points, which means we have to have a little level of accuracy that is much, much different than some of the typical 3D modeling that one would see on a museum website or that the Library of Congress is doing or that various other museums are doing. So when we talk about scanning Notre Dame, I'm going to talk about Andrew's data and then the processing of that data just a bit. So this is Notre Dame before the fire. This is actually a model of it. And these are some of the laser scanning points that laser scanners were actually put on the cathedral. Now what we're seeing here is the actual point clouds. Now, when we scan an object with a laser, the first thing we do is we develop a point cloud. And so the point clouds in Notre Dame are extremely complicated. So we can look at the exterior, we can look at the interior, and what these are is these are the points of reference that the laser scanners are actually going to pick up, that we are going to understand what those positions are geometrically and at very high accuracy. The denser the point cloud, in other words, the denser the number of points that you see here, the better our scan is going to be. Now at Notre Dame, the densities to scan this and to process them are huge. We are talking about points in the billions. So when we're talking about processing time, in other words, looking for measurements, looking for distances, One of the things that's been discovered about this particular project, using high-resolution laser imaging and putting it on a very high-resolution GIS, is we've now discovered some of the construction methods of this cathedral. It doesn't line up properly on one of the walls. It seems like there was a break in the construction, and then it started again. Some of the building had settled, but they still went on the same way. So we have a lot of different measurements that we've taken from the laser imaging. This is what the point cloud looks like of those statues on the facade very close. And so when we actually build the model, we use these point clouds in order to actually construct the surface, and we'll be looking at that in just a minute. So when we actually scan a building, we have this point cloud, and this is the actual imagery that we have to work with. This is the things we need to process in order to reconstruct the building as a model. This building here, this is the monastery of Saint Simeon in Syria. This building no longer exists. It was destroyed by 2 Russian missiles last year, but it was scanned before that, and hence what we have of that building, the only thing that exists of that building currently is a pile of rubble and this point cloud. So one has to think about whether the building actually exists. This is not really preservation. One wouldn't use this tool as a method of preservation. One actually has to preserve the building. One doesn't use laser scanning as a substitute for preservation. But in cases like this, we know a lot about the building, and we will continue to know a lot about the building, even though the building no longer exists. So the first step in constructing a model of Notre Dame is, of course, to smooth out those point clouds, use various algorithms. The SIFT algorithm is one of the ones that is typically used. We're not going to talk too much about that. It's a scale invariant feature transform. It's a very famous algorithm that allows us to process these billions of points very quickly. This is the actual model. Okay, so this is not the real Notre Dame. This is not a photograph of Notre Dame. This is the Notre Dame constructed from the actual point cloud. One gets an idea of how the facade looks. So this is, like I said, this is not a photograph. So if Notre Dame were to be destroyed tomorrow, this is what we would have left. A fairly accurate representation of what the cathedral actually looked like, processed from those billions of points in the point clouds. Now, one of the things we, of course, can do with these point clouds, now this is the reconstruction of the interior of the cathedral with the point clouds. We can take very accurate measurements, and this is the thing that will be the key to the reconstruction. The fact that we have very high accuracy laser imaging of the cathedral beforehand means we can actually look very closely at what the measurements are. Have the walls buckled? Has the heat distorted the cathedral itself? We can actually begin to compare this now. There's laser scanning actually being done on the cathedral in the last couple of months, and looking at some of the really critical point differences and really the critical structural places that shifts may have happened that may be very important to its structural stability in the future. Reconstructing these, obviously you use many scans from different places. And then you put all those together using a high accuracy GIS and rebuild the building. This is just reconstructing the laser imaging from the point clouds and making the exterior of the building. This is, in fact, the complete 3D model of the actual one side of Notre Dame. Based on laser scans. One of the things about laser scanning is you can cut the building in half, you can cut through it, you can do cross sections. You can't really do that with the real building. We could, but you might not want to. But we can get very accurate views internally of all of the areas that we were able to scan. This is just another view of that same image. Measurements. When we're looking at the building, okay, so on the right-hand side there, you see an image of Notre Dame as it is right now with the ceiling collapsed into the main the main area, and then a cut view of the actual laser scan, and then a measurement of the laser scan showing the equilateral triangle that is, of course, part of the structure of every cathedral that has a dome like Notre Dame's. We are able to actually look at this stuff very, very accurately, and I'll show you how accurately in just a minute if you have enough processing power to process those point clouds. The cathedrals, of course, have concentric circles. Each of the concentric circles line up with the various columns. Again, this is something we can know in extreme accuracy, out to 10 or 15 decimal places of what it was and now what it is, based on laser imaging. And so one can get a real sense of whether anything has moved, whether things have expanded, whether columns have melted. And all of this is based on, geo-rectifying the footprint of the cathedral and then placing the laser imaging on it and then measuring the laser images. Outside of the cathedral, every one of Andrew Talon's scans, if processed properly, is accurate within 5 millimeters. That's pretty extreme. And so what we're talking about is a model of the cathedral that is accurate to 5 millimeters in every place, in the windows, in the doors, in where the columns are, in what the structure is. So looking at this now and comparing it to laser imaging that's taking place now is really the most important part of coming to terms with what actually happened to the cathedral. Again, this is just a digital model, purely, totally reconstructed. There's no photographic information there. It's simply laser imaging. One of the things that has been damaged is some of the actual stonework. And so based on the laser imaging, those things that are down below are not photographs. Those are actually laser images taken from the point clouds. That is a damaged piece up above that we can rebuild and reconstruct based on the laser imaging. So really what we're looking at here is the stonemasons can go in and begin to reconstruct some of the stones that have been broken based on the laser imaging of some of the more important capitals and the sculptures along the sides. We're not going to go into algorithms. But I have to say the SIFT algorithm is one of the important ones. It allows us to look and match up those points with the real thing. It allows us to clean up our scans. It's an extremely important algorithm. You can look it up. We also use something called bundle adjustment. Bundle adjustment really allows us to reconstruct the 3D structure geometrically and get a much more accurate view. These kind of two algorithms in conjunction are used in most 3D modeling, but they're extremely helpful when one is doing something of this scale, simply because you really do need to speed up the processing when you have billions and billions of points. And so that's it, and thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you, John. That was really fascinating. I think because we're moving pretty quickly on schedule, we're going to pause and take about a 10-minute break, 15-minute break, come back here at, let's see here, 10:25 or so, and then we'll get going with the next presentation. So give you an opportunity to grab some pastries, coffee in the back, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
So when I'm presenting, is it possible to use a mouse at any point in time? I've got a I've got a ArcGIS VR project that I need to sort of
Navigate through? Yeah, okay. Why don't you grab, do you have a flash drive? Yeah, I'll try to figure out. a trackpad on here.
Oh, yeah, we can use that.
Let me quickly see. Yeah, it might be a little clunky, but I think it would probably be more graceful than me in the background.
Yeah,
right there. Yeah.
I mean, we need to be inside the slideshow to launch these things, as long as we can find the cursor
Okay.
from inside the slideshow.
Yes, I tried to look at the console of that.
Oh, whoops.
So if you start the slideshow, can you still use the trackpad?
What's that? Yeah, we're gonna start. We're just technical thing. Yeah. So we'll start in a few minutes. So you want to get to link?
Yeah. So if you go through a few slides. Towards the
Let me see if I can skip ahead.
Right, so if you are inside the slideshow there, right, directly inside the slideshow, you can use the trackpad there. Yeah. All right, that's all we need.
Okay. Awesome. And yeah, I might even. What's that?
Even you can shrink it.
Yeah.
The first time you propose it.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. All right, I'll bring you back to the start. Oh boy. All right. It seems to have a mind of its own at the moment. Let me see here. Sorry, let me try. Let me slow down on that.
Make sure I'm ready for this.
Sure. And if anything is weird happening, I'll just run back here.
We only have a couple
of those. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hopefully the rest of the clicker here or here pointed at the screen will do it. Okay. All right. I'll probably introduce this in just a minute.
So I think you're good.
Okay.
I think forward and back is pretty easy to figure out.
All right, everyone. I think we'll be reconvening to start the next presentation. So if you can all take a seats. All right, thank you. So our next two speakers come from the National Park Service. Catherine Lavoie is the chief of the Historic American Building Survey, the oldest federal historic preservation program, and a unit of heritage documentation programs, National Park Service division focused on documenting historic sites in the built environment. Catherine has more than 30 years of experience with HABs and has served as a historian and project manager for dozens of HABs recording efforts. Deidre McCarthy is the chief of the Cultural Resources GIS facility of the National Park Service, which applies GIS to cultural resource management and planning. Deidre has a background in historic preservation and has 20 years of experience with CRGIS. They will be presenting Documenting Cultural Resources through GIS in the National Park Service. So please welcome Catherine Lavoie and Deidre McCarthy.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting us here today. So I'm going to start off talking a little bit more about the documentation side, how we do what we do and why we do it, providing valuable content and some locational information. Then I'll turn it over to my colleague Deidre. We were actually part of the same division for a while, so I have to credit the Park Service GIS for really getting us on board and making us understand the importance of actually locating these sites really well. So with that, let's see. Okay, so Historic American Building Survey, as was pointed out, was the very first federal historic preservation program. It was established in 1933-34 through an unusual private-public partnership that spans both the legislative and executive branches of government to include the National Park Service, the Library of Congress, and the American Institute of Architects. The mission of the program is to capture America's architectural legacy through the production of high-quality measured drawings, historical reports, and large-format photographs. Toward that end, under the terms of the tripartite agreement, the National Park Service administers the program and undertakes documentation projects with a staff of architects, historians, photographer, and collections manager. The AIA provides advice and support through the lens of private sector practice, making recommendations for the investigation of new technologies and supporting our program initiatives. The Library of Congress, of course, houses the collection under state-of-the-art conditions and makes it available to the general public online and copyright-free. The site receives approximately 50,000 visitors a month, and while historians and preservation specialists have always been the backbone of our constituency, the fastest growing user group now is actually K through 12 students and educators. So HABS was created in response to a perceived need within all three of the partnering organizations to preserve for future generations what was then considered to be our nation's vanishing architectural heritage, as reflected in some of the examples you can see of the early 1930s documentation. Endangered was always a priority. But that is an idea that I think is just as relevant today as it was in the 1930s, if not more so. Recognizing that not every historic building could realistically be preserved, the program's founders wanted to ensure that, quote, they not pass into unrecorded oblivion, unquote, but to provide a lasting record. It was likewise acknowledged that to be done properly and with a national perspective, as was stated in the original proposal, a comprehensive and continuous national survey is the logical concern of the federal government. HABS also marked the first time that historic resources were recorded comprehensively at a national scale into uniform standards. So, as conceived, the program was intended to represent a complete resume of the builder's art, as it was then said. That means composing high-style architect-designed buildings, as well as the vernacular and the utilitarian, to include everything from the ubiquitous log settler's cabin to the urban skyscraper. Also represented by the collection was a wide array of regionally and ethnically derived buildings, such as Native American pueblos, Spanish missions, Southern Creole plantations, to name but a few, as you can see here. So in its history, HABS has recorded the humble buildings that evoke the everyday lives of past generations, as well as some of the nation's most endearing iconic monuments, such as the Lincoln Memorial and Independence Hall. The documentation provides tangible evidence of important persons, places, and events in our history, sparking pride in our nation and in our communities, while at times calling upon us to examine our cultural values in order to forge a better path for the future. So, also recorded are sites associated with social movements such as labor history and civil rights, an effort to tell all American stories, as demonstrated here by these examples of churches in Birmingham and Montgomery, Alabama, that are now touchstones for the civil rights movement that we're currently working on a project to record with the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. Historic architecture tells us a lot about the society that created it, and in fact it has been used to shape society's values or to showcase our aesthetic and engineering prowess, creating buildings and sites that can inspire change and innovation. Just a few examples from the HABS collection. Since its conception, the HABS program has expanded its recording and storytelling capacity to encompass other resource types, including industrial and engineering sites, as well as landscapes. The interested private sector constituency responsible for HABS and through the AIA was matched in 1969 by the creation of its companion program, the Historic American Engineering Record. At that time, 5 engineering societies, the National Park Service and the Library of Congress, signed a similar tripartite agreement. And HARE then has recorded sites such as textile mills, gold mines, electrical power plants, dams, and even rocket test stands. We also have a very vital maritime heritage program, and we've just finished a study on the iconic covered bridge. So although working within the same basic guidelines as HABS, HARE focuses more on the interpretive drawing that, along with the historical reports and the photographs, often make very complicated engineering processes understandable to the layperson. I think it's one of the great values of the HARE drawings. Likewise, the Historic American Landscape Survey was created in 2000 in partnership with the American Society of Landscape Architects. So these sites too range in scope from national parklands to small formal gardens, including sites such as the sacred Hawaiian heiaus that are shown here on the left, and even World War I American cemeteries abroad, an example of which is shown here on the right. That's Flanders Field in Belgium, France. Now recognized collectively as the Heritage Documentation Programs, the mission of HABS HARE House today is multifaceted. First and foremost, of course, is the generation of documentation for the Library of Congress collection to record the nation's historic resources for the general public. In addition, the programs engage in agreements with other federal agencies and private sector organizations to create documentation that serves as baseline information for maintenance, rehabilitation, and interpretation of historic resources. So some of the more recent examples of those kinds of projects are the Statue of Liberty and Ellis Island Immigration Station, the National Mall's Tidal Basin, and landmark or path-breaking automobiles for the Historic Vehicle Association. Although some of these projects are done in the interest of rehabilitation, other sites are recorded because they are threatened by forces such as redevelopment, urban renewal, or more recently, climate change. I mean, that was certainly the case with the tidal basin. For those of you who are probably familiar and walked around there, we were witnessing more frequently occurring storm surges that overflow the banks and have caused a lot of damage there. So the Park Service is looking to try to restore that, and we're helping with that process through the documentation. While we still use the traditional hand measuring, and in fact we instruct students in the art of hand measuring through our 60-plus year summer student program, we routinely explore new technologies, and this is done in an effort to sort of keep up to date with the discipline and to determine best practices for their use within the context of the Secretary of the Interior's standards and guidelines for architectural and engineering documentation that guide our methodology. So that methodology combines hand measuring with laser scanning, photogrammetry, total station, and GIS technology to accurately record historic sites. So this sort of will give you an idea of the process, which typically begins with laser scans, which you had a little introduction to. But basically, for those of you who are not familiar, an oscillating beam of light is basically bounced, oversimplification, but bounced off of building surfaces, creating millions of 3D points that form a cloud, essentially modeling it and capturing its exact size and shape. These points are merged into a single 3D representation using software, which can in turn be migrated into computer-aided drafting program to produce a two-dimensional line drawing. So you can see the continuum here. Data from photographs can also be merged with a point cloud to create more realistic images. Because the Secretary of the Interior standards demand clarity and long-term viability, the final product for us is the measured drawing printed on vellum rather than the laser scan alone, which is often seems to be the case in some private sector practice. We believe that only the drawing can guarantee a lasting record, while at the same time being of use to our primary audience, which is the general public. As already noted, drawings can serve as valuable interpretive tools. They can also be used by building professionals should repair and reconstruction become necessary. In addition, the laser scans cannot register areas that are out of its sight line or otherwise blocked from view, nor can it accurately record highly detailed elements. We tend to use a long-range laser scanner. They do have smaller handheld ones. But usually we feel that these details must be captured through other means. So we've found in our work that architectural or sculptural details, for example, are best either hand measured to capture profiles or through photogrammetry, which is photogrammetry is used to create more defined 3D mesh models that are translated into drawings. Again, you can sort of see the process of using the camera to create models and then trace those for the line drawings. The models can also be used to reproduce such elements in the case of deterioration or loss. Part of the implementation of new technologies for us too is GIS, which we now use routinely thanks to my colleague and her staff. GIS can be particularly useful in recording large-scale features such as landscapes spread over great distances as a means of mapping its boundaries. And in fact, before we went into the field of laser scanning, I don't know, Deidre, if you recall the cranberry bog, where we had to map this very large area, and we actually used GPS locators walking the boundaries and mapping the various points of interest that would be featured in our drawing sets. And of course, and then sometimes, as with these abandoned historic ranches on the floor of the Grand Canyon that we documented a few years ago, we need it very much in isolated areas where the data is essential in locating them, particularly as they continue to deteriorate. GIS data collected in tandem with the total station, a surveying instrument, serves to establish a control network with real-world coordinates. I think think that process was described in part in the earlier speaker. But here, a network registers laser scan and photogrammetric data sets taken from various points around the site into a single coordinate space and serves as an accurate check on the data. GIS software organizes this data and enables an overlay of multiple data sets for better analysis of the site. And then, should we need to go back, future surveys can easily integrate into the system so that we can re-record at a later point to allow for the monitoring of building conditions for conservation purposes, sort of comparing the old data with the new to check for deterioration. The information can also locate the building or site in the event that it is lost. Again, underscoring the program's original mission to address endangered sites. And in fact, we estimate that close to half, if not more, of the sites recorded by HAB since the 1930s are no longer extant. And then towards that end, we recently acquired a high-powered GPS RTK, or real-time kinematic, thank you, antenna to improve our locational data. And so in this unit is capable of accuracy within a centimeter, so we're very excited about that. And then as a byproduct of all these new technologies that we've been using, the laser scan and photogrammetric information, we are now able to produce highly compelling digital animations, such as fly-throughs and virtual tours. Now, although they're not part of the formal Library of Congress record, they're very useful for educational interpretive purposes. So users can now visit those sections of Ellis Island that are not open to the public. They can walk the Totem Pole Trail in Sitka, Alaska, or visit the Aisne-Marne World War I cemetery and monument in France, or learn about the documentation of NASA's Space Shuttle discovery virtually through the comfort of their home via our webpage. So I'm not going to go live with these, but I encourage you to go to our webpage and you can see the documentation. Digital representations can also be used to demonstrate how things work, sort of aligning with Hare's process drawings that often make complicated processes more understandable. For example, we recently recorded Arlington Memorial Bridge here in Washington, D.C. So if you can remember when the bridge, which was built as a bascule or drawbridge, was actually operational. So part of the rehabilitation that is currently underway, the two movable leaves within the body of the bridge are now being removed. So let's see. However, you can virtually tour the interior workings and even see how the bridge was used to function via our website. So this is just an example of some of the models we're able to create. So it tells you how the bridge parts fit together, how it works, and then up she goes. Right for the last time. Okay. Well, due to the high quality of the collection, the drawings, history, and photographs, and the fact that they're copyright-free and offered to the general public, the collection really has been a staple source of information for scholarly publications, brochures, exhibits, and the like for decades now. The measured drawings, historical reports, and photographs all work together along with the newly generated digital models and animations, provide rich content for all types of public outreach, including compelling GIS-based story maps. So just as a little teaser, if I can do this right. Let's see, am I seeing the cursor? Oh, here we go. Oh, click anyway, okay. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to steal Deidre's thunder, but I just wanted to sort of give you a quick look. Oops, okay. Oh, he's got Aquarius. Sorry about that. Okay, I think I hit the wrong thing, so. Should I, excellent. Okay. Lost my, anyway, you know what, I think I should leave this to the professional. Let me get Deidre up here and she can talk more about the story maps. Thank you very much.
As Catherine said, we used to be in the same division, and we very much want to be in the same division still. And this just shows that we do continue to do things together, to do projects together, and this is one of the projects that we did together. And again, you can get to this off of the Heritage Documentation Program's website, and it's just an example of the kinds of things that we can do once we pull all these technologies together. The advent of the story map as a thing has been, I would say, really important in terms of interpretation in general, and how the Park Service will probably move forward in trying to explain a lot of these things. Oh, I went the wrong way. All right, but let's talk about me. So, as was said before, my name is Deidre McCarthy. I'm the chief of the Cultural Resource GIS facility. We are a companion program to HABS, Hare, and Howells. Like I say, we used to be part of the same division. We'd very much like to be back to where we were. But our job is to really apply GIS and GPS technologies to cultural resources across the spectrum. So we work inside the Park Service, but we also work outside the Park Service. So we are able to partner with state historic preservation offices or tribal historic preservation offices or local governments, things like that, in order to do exactly what the Senator was mentioning this morning. Try to take these inventories of our cultural resources and these inventories of our things and automate them through GIS and through GPS. It's almost as if we were right in sync there. So again, what we're trying to do is really build on the sort of more traditional documentation that HABS, Hare, and Howells are doing, essentially, in terms of taking those pictures, those drawings, those histories, bringing them all together and making it a little bit more dynamic. And you can see right down there at the bottom is that cranberry bog. They came to us and said, oh, we have this 3,000-acre cranberry bog. Can't you just document that? Sure. So we do a lot of things, a lot of projects like that, but we also do some of the kinds of mitigation work. You might see New Orleans, if you recognize New Orleans. You might see New Orleans in there because we do things like mitigation work after bigger disasters. I don't know, anybody remember Katrina? So one of the things that I think we want to focus on are these story maps and what they can do for us. Some of these things that we have talked about earlier today, clearly the burning at Notre Dame really brought it into the focus of the everyday person. What can be lost when we have these icons like this potentially disappearing because of these kinds of disasters? So we are able to do things like quickly put together these kinds of story maps that allow us to say, this is why we document these resources. In case of such a thing that might happen, I can actually, do a little bit more with the technology. If I had a scroll bar, I'd be super happy. But I can link out from these various different tools, if I don't advertise for everyone under the sun. But we can link out on these various different tools to talk about the very documentation that we do have say, I don't know, heritage documentation programs, what does Habs Hair House do, and what have they focused on? So yes, they use these technologies, but some of these examples of buildings that have been threatened or are threatened or things like that, we can go back through their collections and look at things like, I don't know, the White House. Were we aware that the White House has been documented by Habs Hair House, but it's also been completely gutted a couple times? So it's nice to have the documentation to be able to say, this is what was there, this is how it's changed over time. I can link out to where these drawings are held at the Library of Congress. I can go back through, here's Beauvoir, Jefferson Davis's house. This got, let's just call it a little bit injured in Katrina. So to have these things, I don't know, anybody remember the Washington Monument before the earthquake? Again, these things have been documented by Habs Hair House. To have that documentation is critical. To be able to display it in ways like this is critical. To be able to show people, this is where it is, this is what it is. Anybody remember, I don't know, some fires that we had last year in California? Well, this bridge that was documented by Habs Hair House ended up looking like this. That's not helpful, right? All we have left is this documentation. We are lucky that this documentation exists. They're actually going to use the Habs Hair House documentation to rebuild this feature. So to be able to take this documentation and do something with it is incredibly important. So we have these kinds of story maps. Again, you can get to off the Heritage Documentation Program's webpage or our webpage. But we also have, I don't know, there's lots of disasters, right? Not just fires, but we've had some hurricanes recently, right? So it's nice to be able to show the full collection of what Habs Hair House has documented. Where right now, our office is engaged in creating one big spatial data set that shows everything that Habs Hair House has documented, to have a location for everything that they have documented. If this was working, that'd be even more fantastic. Let's just try something else. This is why we don't like live demos, right? So in any case, this story map shows the full collection of what Habs Hair House has documented. If the map were to display, it shows everything that was documented by Habs Hair House in the Virgin Islands, in Puerto Rico, in Florida. It shows the path of the hurricane. It shows what was there before and what was there after. So we have a few examples. I don't want to do that. It has a few examples of things that we might be familiar with. So I can at least jump around and I can see these are features before and after. I can see what has happened to this resource. I can pull up the full documentation. I can see how badly it got flooded. I can see how badly it got destroyed. I can pull all of these pieces together to tell the full story of what has happened here. I need to have that documentation as the underlying point of all of this. However, if I don't have that, then I'm at a loss to be able to show what was there. One of the most important things that I think Catherine mentioned as she was discussing things was how many things are not extant anymore in the Habs Hair House collection. And I think I call it the obituary list. One of the most important things that we can do in the creation of our inventory, our geographic inventory of everything that Habs Hair House has documented, is that list of what is no longer there. You know, to be able to say, X percentage no longer exists. The only place that exists is here at the Library of Congress in this documentation. You know, that's an incredibly powerful statement to be able to make, and I want to be able to pull that together. But just to get back to some of the things that were mentioned previously, the senator mentioned and the representative mentioned, as part of the Geospatial Data Act and things like that, that codified what is the Federal Geographic Data Committee. Don't fall asleep yet, right? The Federal Geographic Data Committee creates the standards that help us build the geography, that help us build these data sets. And it's very important. So that Geospatial Data Act codified that. It codified the fact that there are several, let's just say, really big data sets that we in the United States need to keep track of. One of which is cultural resources. So they actually have designated the National Park Service as the theme lead for the cultural resource theme for everything across the United States. I'm your theme lead. Super exciting. But we do have things involved in that theme, not just the Habs House documentation, but things like the National Register of Historic Places. That is used by every federal agency, by the states, by the tribes, anytime there's any kind of undertaking by a federal agency that might impact something that's listed on the National Register or eligible for the National Register, there has to be mitigation for it. So I want to know, where is the stuff that's listed on the National Register? Well, you can go to our website and you can find a nice web map so that you can find where those things are. We also use other kinds of laser technology. I know it's so cool. It's lasers, right? So yeah, we don't do the handheld stuff, but we do use LiDAR, which is very similar, right? This is being able to take that laser image, being able to pull up information about what is still on the ground. These are historic fortifications overlaid with historic maps outside Petersburg. We're able to rebuild these landscapes that have been lost or are sort of lost, completely overgrown and nobody can really see. And we certainly don't want, we love visitors, right, in the Park Service, but we don't want them necessarily wandering all over the stuff, right? Like, you know, earthworks and things like that. So being able to interpret them and to show them this way is incredibly important, to be able to rebuild these landscapes that we didn't even necessarily know were still there. Being able to overlay the historic maps using the GIS technology on top of this LiDAR is incredibly important. And we can learn from disasters. I know we keep thinking, well, disasters are all bad. They're not always all bad. We can learn from, if we think through, right? We can learn from these disasters. While they are devastating, while we all sat looking at CNN going, as we were watching Notre Dame burn, right? We can learn from that. We know we need to go out there and document these resources before they're gone. Now that really just imprinted on each of us how important it is to make sure we capture all this information. But we do have other examples of things like that, where we can use something as horrible as Hurricane Katrina or Maria or Irma or things like that, and we can say, okay, now we need to be able to apply these technologies. Now we need to understand how these technologies can help us recover from these and help us prepare for these kinds of things. It's not that we're never going to see another hurricane. We better be prepared so that we can document these before they disappear. So we spent a lot of time with FEMA post-Katrina. And we did develop a digital way to document all of the resources that were affected by the hurricane so that they could assess, has this been damaged? Is this something that's going to require mitigation? What kind of mitigation can we do? In fact, we use the collection of the locations of other resources as mitigation for the very first time. It was incredibly important. It was very helpful to FEMA. It's very helpful to the city, to the state that's receiving this information in preparation, again, just in case, I don't know, do you think New Orleans will ever get hit by another hurricane? No, that'll never happen, right? So again, we did create a methodology for this that uses GPS, that uses GIS, that has all kinds of cool stuff involved with it. And we think, wow, Hurricane Katrina was what, like 15 years ago? That's totally outdated. Well, think that through. You know, yeah, at the time of Hurricane Katrina, I didn't have an iPhone. I didn't have Google Earth. I didn't have those tools that I could use to help me out in the field, but I also didn't have, I don't know, phone lines. I didn't have connectivity. I needed a way to be able to survey these resources outside of the infrastructure that got destroyed in the hurricane itself. So there's lots of things that we can learn from all of these disasters. How can we take that and do something so that we can prepare ourselves in the future? It's just something that I think we need to think about as a society, and I think we need to be prepared as we move forward. I think that's it for us.
All right, thank you very much, Catherine and Deidre. So at this point, we will be breaking for lunch. So we have a nice long lunch break until 1 p.m. So at 1 p.m., we'll be back in this room to start our afternoon session of speakers. So for those of you who are visiting us, if you're looking for lunch options, the Library of Congress cafeteria is in the Madison building across Independence Avenue on the 6th floor. And there are probably a bunch of us staff who are sort of headed that way anyway through the tunnels. So if you'd like to head your way through that way, you can follow the march over there. Alternatively, there are also a number of restaurants within a couple blocks outside on Pennsylvania Avenue and on First Street. So you can explore those as well. So thank you all again for coming for our morning session. We'll be back at 1 p.m. in this room for the rest of the program. Thank you.
No, I think it worked out. It worked out okay. I think
Yeah, that was one
fine.
thing that took the track for us.
Yeah, at least we got to the story maps and got to the
Yes. Yes.
I think
Would you like a hand?
Here you see the assembly in place, prefabricated wall panel, prefabricated floor panel, Here you see the assembly in place.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch. We're back for our afternoon session of speakers today on GIS Day. So we'll be kicking off our afternoon session with Dr. Mari Nakahara of the Princeton Photographs Division here at the Library of Congress, where she is a curator, or the curator, for architecture, design, and engineering. She has a PhD in architectural history and design from Tokyo Metropolitan University and an extensive background in architectural study and librarianship. Today she will be presenting Architectural Archives in Cultural Preservation. So please welcome Dr. Mari Nakahara.
Hello, everybody. Hope you enjoy your lunch, and I know you are almost at napping time. Then my talk is most likely nothing to do with the technology or GIS, but I'm going to bring you back to 150 to 100 years back to the history and wanted to remind you what the architectural archive's importance and what our roles are, such things. So my predecessor, who worked as a curator and a director for Center for Architecture, Design and Engineering, he was here. His name was Ford Petrus for 40 years. So he collected many things. He had depth of the knowledge of the architectural collection. He knows what Library of Congress needs to collect. I have been in this position for the last 6 years, so there are big shoes to fill, but I will do my best to talk about our collection and a little bit outside of our collection through my about 20-year experience being as an archivist or worked with the architectural collection in the United States specifically. So let's go back. Why do we collect? So this is the kind of usual scenes that we see often at the architect's office, or we just gather and bring into the archive. Why do we collect, excuse me to use this language, mess of the materials? Why do we collect that? So this is the example of the model. Although Library of Congress does not usually collect the model, this is from my internship days, 1997, at the American Architectural Foundation in the Octagon Museum. We got a call from the St. Elizabeth Hospital. Can you come and take a look at the remaining materials? And my director said, what do you have? They said, drawings. And we went there right away, hop onto the car and went. We saw the drawings, we decided to acquire. And the director said, do you have anything else? It smells like something else here. And they showed, well, we have a huge site model. And I'm like, model? And at the Octagon, the Museum for American Architectural Foundation loved to collect the model because the model is a good example to attract the people, especially who do not have a depth of the knowledge on architecture. So we decided to collect this model, but it's a huge model. And 7 of the younger people went there next day. We crawled down on the base because the model was firmly attached to this big black base. There's no way that we could carry out. So we popped up from the base and then carried by stairs. Again, why do we make such an effort? Then, bring back, why do we make an effort to organize and preserve? Especially at the library, we have a mission to preserve once we acquire, almost permanently. So why do we make such an effort? Is this because of the aesthetic value or value of the object? Yes, can be, but architectural archives, especially those which are publicly available, collect and preserve documents and records based on their information value. So this is a key, information value. So this is a big difference between, in general, museums and libraries or archives. Museums tend to collect something displayable, I would say. Beautiful materials, people come to look at on the wall, oh, beautiful. Or, okay, so these are something represent some artist or architect. But we do not collect only the aesthetic value. We call information value. So crummy things, conservators makes the preserve and make it available. Information, gathered by the crumbing stuff, that's the importance. So because the documents and the records are only the resources which supply information about buildings which are damaged, deteriorated, lost, or might be lost in unfortunate incidents. For example, natural disaster, this morning we are talking about that. Hurricanes. I am from Japan originally, so many earthquakes, tsunamis, so those natural disasters. And then I'm also from Japan, and then I didn't experience, but wars, they destroy many buildings or cultural heritages. And urban environment change. So this is, these two are from Detroit, in the suburban Detroit. My husband, when I showed these pictures, who is from Detroit area, told me, oh, Camilo Vergara must have taken this left side picture very intentionally. Red mark is called Renaissance Center. So I heard from my husband, Renaissance Center, Detroit City was attempting to gather the offices and the businesses there. And then this John R. Street connects from the center of the city to the outside of the Detroit to the suburban Detroit. So he took this picture very intentionally, then show how much the city and the suburban city or outside of the Detroit started deteriorating. And on the right side building is called Gill's Mansion, and on the left side picture is a circled with blue. This building really deteriorated, and Camilo actually took the photos starting from 1970s, how these buildings deteriorate, and actually returned to the original starting from 1912, and then 2015, HDTV rehab addict or whatever kicked in, and they renovated it, and now it's beautiful. Other reason that the situation might have changed is the even changes of the lifestyle. So who would be going to the drive-in theater nowadays? Netflix, you can watch the movies on TV and then computer monitors. Not many people are going to the drive-in theater. And looking back, probably drive-in theater is just good for the couples or young people, but not anymore. Right side is my loving building, Penn Station in New York City. I did my dissertation on McKimmon and White, who designed this building and completed in 1910. But 1963, that building was demolished. And then this is the photo, to show how the interior looked like. The reason why the station decided to be destroyed was like a change of the lifestyle. This building was attempted to connect the people from the southern to come up to New York City. But after the war, infrastructure for the highway system was established, or airplane kicked in. So not many people needed to take the train coming up to New York. That's the reason. So collections in the library's prints and photographs division document works in various formats, such as photographs and drawings, have been fulfilling this important documentary role very well since the 1900s. Let me show you some examples, how our materials can assist these things. The first example, since our topic is Notre Dame, I pulled out two examples. Left side is a Mabille photo, and the right side is from Richard Morris Hunt collection showing the Notre Dame. And not limited to, this is the blog post by our reference specialist, Christy, who is sitting down there. She assembled the blog, including our materials. Go down. This is my eye problem nowadays. Like something like an architect sketched it, or some lithograph, stereograph, postcards, whatever. So we have different, many variety of the format, to show only one building, Notre Dame. So next example is Statue of Liberty. Kathleen was talking about it. 2011, they did the hair survey for the Statue of Liberty. But we do have, from the Hunt collection, Richard Morris Hunt collection, Eiffel's structure drawing. So it's a beautiful historical document. And then also, Hunt collection, includes the photos of the model. And by the way, Richard Morris Hunt was the designer for the Statue of Liberty pedestal. So he has all the documentation and this framework photo. So this is an example that I received as a scan request most recently. This is the Cass Gilbert designed James Scott Fountain, Belle Isle in Detroit. Then they are going to restore this fountain. So we have about 100 drawings and 76 construction photos. They requested everything to be scanned. Then not only these historic materials by Cass Gilbert, also Carol Highsmith's photo, the very contemporary photo, supports these in the Cass Gilbert collection as well. This is other example which I recently get the request. Chrysler Building was sold to the new owner, I believe this past March, and they are going to renovate the building, I believe. So we have left side blueprints. This is the Chrysler Building HVAC and the plumbing documents. We have 101 sheets of the document, the blueprints. So I spoke with the colleague when I got the request for the scan, and he said, well, this is 1995. I remember, I never thought anybody is going to use these drawings in the future. I thought, it's a waste to collect these things. But voila, 25 years later, somebody needed these things. And the right side photo is done by Gocho. And Gocho's photo shows Chrysler Building interior photos. So not many people can get into the building anymore. And these materials can be used for the preservation as well as the remodeling the building. Other example is the preservation/documentation. So left side is the Francis Benjamin Johnston's photo, 1910-ish, Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., and this is a lobby. Right side is the same scene of the lobby about 80 years later by Carol Highsmith. So it's a comparison, how it changed or not changed, and then, these are the comparison we can have as a documentation. Next one, going back to the drive-in theater, who would be going? Most of the drive-in theater have been already demolished. And these benches still exist in Maryland. However, Jack Vogel, who designed multiple drive-in theater in the United States and then also outside of the United States, we have 1,500 sheets of his drawing related to drive-in theater. Going back to Penn Station, exterior photo and interior photo taken by a little bit before the demolition, 1963, done by Norman McGrath. So he is a New Yorker, he's still alive, and he has been documenting this process of the demolition of the Penn Station, whose collection we have. And then this is Camilo Vergara. Camilo Vergara is a New York-led photographer. He has been spending the last 40 years to document a building or cityscape from the same place, same angle, and then just make a documentation how this building deteriorates and moves back, or how this city has been changing. Then our technology at the library is a little bit behind. However, We have his, oh, going back. Collection. This is an example of the 6525th Street, New York City. However, his own website is more efficient to show these things. So he has all of these, and then I believe this is the one that I want to show. And you can see, bear with me, caption. So you see a little bit of the caption showing the year. And you can see, probably this was a bar, still bar. Oops, what's going on? Oops, taken by the discount variety. Oh, right side is something going on. Oh, grocery store, and some office to the left. Grocery store is still there. And the store seems to be kind of half closed. Ooh, completely closed, graffiti's on there. Grocery store and like a hair salon to the left. Hair salon and a grocery store. And something's going on again. Oh, right side grocery closed. Oh, something going on. Oops. Sleepies. Yeah, they needed two lots. Then it didn't last. It's a church. Church. And a church. And a church. Church has money. So this is very interesting. So you may want to try to see how the other location looks like. So using this example, allow me to talk about how we means the Library of Congress, strategically collect materials. So first point is focus on the original document. We tend not to collect the copies of the other original document which may be preserved somewhere else. We try to get the original materials. And the second point is, again, information value rather than the aesthetic value. And the third one is acquire an architect entire archive for each major era. We are not going to be able to collect everybody's archive. We just, select this era, kind of representatives, at least can cover some important building, especially in the United States, for the preservation purposes or documentation purposes or architectural study purposes. And four, acquire selected major drawings, photographs, and other documentation of existing, lost, and in some cases, unexecuted buildings, characteristics, buildings, types, and technologies, historic structures, and the work of notable architects, craftsmen, engineers, landscape architects, urban planners, and interior designer active in the United States. That's the key. We do have some materials related outside of the United States, but nowadays, you can imagine, internet, we are not 1960s or 70s or before. Many people can get the information through the internet, some other devices. So our current chief strongly recommends that we more concentrate on Americana collection from now on. So that's our concentration. And five, fundamentally, we are not going to collect the models or 3D dimension materials. But I kind of foresee the culture may change because 3D printer is available now. It's, digital materials are available, And as I mentioned at the beginning, models and such things are more friendly for everybody to understand the architectural documentation, because not many people can connect 2D to 3D immediately in their mind. There are some training involved to do that. So, that being said, our current collection, number-wise, 4 million items. We love the statistics, and approximately in 400 collections. Who counted it? But this is something that my predecessor, Ford Petrus, told me. In 6 years, I may added like a 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, but in comparison with 4 million items, that amount is almost nothing. So let me explain what kind of materials we have. Examples. Catherine and Dmitry already talked about historic building, American Building Survey, Habs Hair House. That's the big collection. For the Habs, we probably have almost like 43,000 sites record. And the middle one is the Carnegie Survey, and then this is the South region. And Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, I'm sorry, I looked at Missouri, and Louisiana, and Florida. And a Gocho photo collection, about 28,000. And Gocho was the person who was commissioned by the architect or designer to record the buildings and the interior of the buildings. That's why you saw the Chrysler building in the interior photos. And Balthazar Collab collection. This is a large collection in the library, and now that we are kind of processing. And then Collab collection also contains 19 projects done by Eero Saarinen. Does anybody know what building this is? Yes, Dallas Airport. So this is like a monster look, but we have those documents. And the middle one is Carol Highsmith. Carol Highsmith's collection also includes slides or transparencies, but excluding that, we have 61,000 digital photographs nowadays. She has been documenting all over the United States, and a good thing is she has given the rights to the public domain. So anybody can use for any reason. And then this one is the Supreme Court, just visualize Supreme Court. Remember that, because next slide or two, I'm going to show other things related to Supreme Court. And the third one you see is John Margolis. He drove around and took the picture of the vernacular commercial structures by street, by highway. So these are interesting collection as well. Oops. Yeah. So going to kind of entire archive or more drawings. First of all, that I said periodically we collect. So oldest may be the Benjamin Latrobe, Henry Latrobe, and followed by Richard Morris Hunt. We have about 20,000 drawings and additional photos or some sketchbooks and many things. So this Richard Morris Hunt drawing shows the breaker's gate. And some historic preservation person came over and told me that, oh my God, you have this drawing. Now we solved the problem, because every year some segment of the metal falls off onto the ground. And we are collecting all of this, and then we have to find out where this piece came from. But this drawing really helps to understand, like, okay, this must be this must be this. So solving the puzzle, the drawings is really helpful. Third one, you see the Lam Stained Glass Studio collection. And Cass Gilbert collection, again, this is the Supreme Court related drawings and the correspondence. And Raymond Loewy, this is more like a design-oriented drawings. And I would like to highlight Charles Goodman, Washingtonian architect. And I like this drawing. It's really a crumble drawing, but you see a little bit color all over the places. This is the end of the roof and the wall, this triangle section. So he painted this one. So this is a paint scheme. So what kind of paint was painted there? And community person, people came over, 6 people came over. and asked me to scan this one and all set of the drawings. And they were willing to put as a public domain because, well, Charles Goodman gave the public domain, but I said, well, you pay everything, and is it okay to show all the house drawing, plans, elevations? And they said, well, this is a historic document, and we may die next 50 years, but next generation who purchase these, units may be really useful, use these materials. And then we try to match this color and back to preserve the original design method. So they are really useful. They are really excited to find this paint scheme. Then we're going to go to the big collection, Charles Eames and Ray Eames, and C.W. Smith, also Washingtonian architect, and Paul Rudolph. And Paul Rudolph, this one is a Buffalo housing development, and you may know that portion has been already destroyed. So recently, the scholars came over to look at these drawings, which are helping, really helping for them to think about what to do from now. And an Iron Craftsman firm, and the right side is a Victor Landy. This one is the food stand, which also destroyed already, demolished. But we have all the historic document and the structures, how these, I call it like a shoe cream or a cream puff structure. And they were really excited about seeing these things. So let me go back to a little bit of the 2001. Nobody was talking about the WTC today, but this is my, half of the talk is a kind of sentiment because I lived in New York City in 2001. I immigrated to the United States in 2000. And Minoru Yamasaki, Japanese-American architect, I lived in the Brooklyn Heights, 2 blocks from the promenade. So, I had, of course, had tough days at the beginning of my life in the United States. I went to promenade almost every day. Sometimes I could afford to buy a coffee to sip and sat down and looking back to Manhattan, Minoru Yamasaki, Japanese-American architect, and then I was talking to myself, I will make it. I will make through this one. But a year later, September, what happened? Who would have thought that WTC collapsed? So the right side picture is my amateur picture. 2 or 3 days later, there's still smoke coming in from the site. And on the 14th of September, we are allowed to get a little bit closer to the site. And this dot mark to the left picture is a segment, leftover segment from the WTC. So 2001, when I experienced this one, I happened to be working at the Skyscraper Museum in New York City. And we did not have a permanent house, so we are actually using the Chase Manhattan Bank office, which was closed downtown. All of a sudden, next day, half of the office was taken by FEMA. So telephone ringing, we are processing, we have all the calls coming in, the questions about the WTC. And I was sent to Les Robertson's office. Les Robertson was the structure engineer for the WTC, and I processed his slides collection. So what you are seeing is the Skyscraper Museum website, but these photos are kind of I processed. And then after I left for Washington, D.C. in 2003, they did kind of the interview and a conference and the oral history of the Les Robertson. So this is something that I want to show a little bit. Oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, sorry. You have to select that. Yeah. All right. Should I go? Yeah.
Here you see the assembly in place, prefabricated wall panel, prefabricated floor panel, so forth. This is all composite construction. And because of this nature of the kind of jail-like nature of the outside wall and the fact that the floor system went in with the deck already there, it was a very safe place to work. No, add one more feature to it, and that was Port Authority's excellent safety program. I mean, they were ruthless with the contractors, subcontractors, I should say. Sorry about that, John. It was a wonderful program, and not a single iron worker lost his life on the project.
So this is kind of, using the technology that migrated the photo and then, oral history together. And then you may want to surf through this when you get a chance. Oops, so let's go back. Oh, can you just go back? Yeah. So then, 2003, I took the first full-time job at the American Architectural Foundation, the Octagon Museum for the foundation, and then I first time learned Mr. Balthazar Korab. I had not known him. He was still alive that time, and this is a photo taken by Korab, Minoru Yamasaki, on the ladder, and looking down the huge, this is actually 7 feet tall model. Probably examining what to do about the plaza, or is this tall appropriate? He's examining this model, and then this was taken by Korab. Then, more surprisingly, American Architectural Foundation owned the remaining 7 feet tall model. So when I first time took a glance of the model, that model reminded me all of a sudden like September 11, because all the pieces of the plastic falling off. There's a not really large, but holes all over the places on the model. This was an interesting story. The director at the foundation got a call from Minoru Yamasaki's office when the office closed the storage. So, and she said, "What do you have left?" And he said, huge, tall model of the WTC. And he said, well, nobody is going to take. So she flew to Michigan. And when she arrived at the storage, model had been gone. And she said, I flew, and where did it go? And then the person said, well, the local school, architecture school, took it because it's kind of interesting. And the director was like, okay, at least you didn't dump them. So it's okay. But she couldn't help thinking that this is not something that university may be able to sustain. So she didn't give up. She called the dean. Okay, I'm glad that you took it, but when time comes you think like you can't handle anymore, please give me a call. This is my telephone number. Voila, next year she got a call. Well, you are right. We can't handle it. So she flew back and then, coordinated the Artex truck, brought it back. Since then, this has been at the Artex storage for decades. But after the 2001, we got a Save American Treasures grant, about over $200,000, and brought it to the model maker with the Rory Treshaheim, who was the model conservator. We beautifully restored it, and we did an exhibit at the Octagon Museum, which is the center picture. And then also we showed these, displayed this model at the Skyscraper Museum or other locations. You see this picture here. Oh, gosh. Well, let me go. Me here, standing, installing, when I was younger. But this was interesting because the plaza and the short buildings surrounding this tall can be replaced. So he was eventually making different models and replaced, and see this one would fit, this one would fit. So this is really the study model, but presented to New York, New Jersey Port Authority in 1969. Then I arrived at the library and I started learning Camilo Vergara's collection. And again, 40-year value of the work, you can see how the cityscape and then, skyline has been changing. Beyond, we have a World Trade Center, new World Trade Center design proposal collection. And left one is a Samuel Mockbee drawing, and the right side is a kind of photo montage by the Libeskind. But more surprisingly, actually I learned as of yesterday, Balthazar Korab was one of the entries. I don't know for sure that he entered a competition or he was asked to present some photos, but our record seems to be telling he was one of the entries. He submitted those photos. Why? Because of his sentiment or because he attempted to rebuild this Yamasaki's building on site? I don't know. But in addition to our collabs, photo collection, this is other evidence that we have some other type of the document and how people really think through the buildings and the histories and the cities, how people individually have a sentiment to attach to the buildings. So, so far, we have great collections. If you have any questions, please contact me. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much, Mari. Our next speakers come from the National Capital Planning Commission, the federal government's central planning agency for the National Capital Region. At the NCPC, Ken Walton is an architect and urban designer with award-winning experience in all phases of the planning design process. Lee Webb is the Federal Preservation Officer at the NCPC and has over 25 years of experience in historic preservation, urban design, and planning. Together, they will be presenting the evolution of data-driven 3D GIS at the National Capital Planning Commission. So please welcome Ken Walton and Lee Webb.
Hi, so good afternoon. As Tim said, my name is Lee Webb. I'm here with my colleague and friend, Ken Walton. Ken is actually the star of this show. I'm just kind of the guest star or the cameo player, but we did want to kind of frame what our agency does and some of the work that we're involved in and why we're excited about the potential of the technology in this project that Ken's been working on. So again, as Tim mentioned, we're with the National Capital Planning Commission, and we are the federal government's central planning office in the Washington Capital Region. We work with our federal agency partners on projects ranging from master plans with the Department of State at the Foreign Mission Center to the National Park Service on the Arlington Memorial Bridge that Catherine showed you, to also working with the Smithsonian on either additions to their buildings or any projects that the Park Service has on the memorials. We also have under our review authority some review of district projects in the Central Core. So if you're familiar with the Carnegie Library that has recently been rehabbed to house both the DC History Center, which had already existed, as well as the Apple Store, and we are working with the district on the Franklin School project, which will be Planet Word. Because of our review authority and our approval authority, we are subject to compliance with the Section 106 regulations of the National Historic Preservation Act. I'm not going to turn this into a Section 106 workshop. That's a day-long thing, and we're not going to go there. But under Section 106, the regulations do compel federal agencies, when they have an undertaking that involves historic resources, to seek ways to either avoid impacts to the resource or minimize them, and if they can minimize them, then mitigate those activities. Deidre introduced the word mitigation, so a lot of my days are spent looking at how we can do mitigation that is agreed upon in the 106 process, and it's actually codified in an agreement document, usually a memorandum of agreement or a programmatic agreement. In the past, mitigation has typically been such things as HABS hair or updating National Register nominations, creating exhibits, but it's the 21st century, so what we want to do is try to come up with new creative ways in which mitigation can take different forms. So one of those ways that we're looking at when the project is, when it's an appropriate use, would be the technology that Ken is about to talk about. So now I'm going to get off the stage and go back to my supporting role and let Ken. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lee. So as Lee said, we are the central planning agency for the federal government here in the District of Columbia. But what he didn't mention, that one other thing that we do, we have some responsibility for the visitor experience. So a little bit of what I'm going to talk about has to deal with the visitor experience. He mentioned mitigation in Section 106, and so I'm going to sort of try to explain to you how we got to a historic preservation project through several other projects that kind of don't really feel related to the Section 106 process, but are in some way. And so NCPC is really just getting started with data-driven GIS. It's really a very recent innovation here at NCPC, and it's really just beginning to have a role in the visitor experience work as well. What I would like to do today in this presentation is give you an idea of the nonlinear path we've taken to get to a historic 3D GIS preservation project. It really feels more like an evolutionary tree than a path because it branches off from so many different types of unique projects. All the projects that I'm going to talk about today have some sort of 3D GIS component, as well as some relationship to history and preservation, although it might not necessarily appear so in all the slides that I'm going to show you. The trunk of our evolutionary tree grew out of an executive order in 2010 that looked to reduce energy use in federal buildings by 30% by the year 2030. That project was the Southwest Eco District. It was a district-wide building energy analysis. So it was a group of federal buildings located in Southeast along Independence Avenue between Independence and Main and along 10th Street. So as you can see from this image, it's really a cluster of a bunch of different federal buildings with different owners. And so there's a lot of federal collaboration amongst these different agencies. But there was also some collaboration between organizations like Esri, Autodesk, and Enuma. And so that, along with some good timing and good luck, led to our second collaboration project with Esri and our second BIM, Building Information Model, GIS collaboration effort as well. So as I move forward along in the presentation, I want to at least recognize some of the folks that helped us out along the way, starting with this team from Autodesk. They provided some software and some support early on in the Eco District project, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And this team from Esri, who also provided some software support and product development using Model Builder, which is a visual programming language, or a VPL, that runs on top of GIS. So there are 5 phases of our 3D data-driven evolution: data, immersion, automation, innovation, and application. So what I'm going to do here is walk you through a series of projects where lessons learned on those projects have led to the 3D historic preservation project that's still under construction, as Lee said. Okay. So the first step was in our Eco District project was to figure out what the existing conditions were for the Eco District, find a way to model and analyze those conditions and create a baseline energy model. And so we worked with GSA, we reached out to the facilities managers for each of those facilities, and we grabbed some energy information that allowed us to calculate an energy use index, or an EUI. And that became the baseline data for our 3D modeling project. So back in 2010, believe it or not, when we started this project, there was not a lot of energy modeling software out there. One of the tools available was called Energy Plus. It was created by the Department of Energy. It was a very cool tool that plugged into an application that we were already using for 3D modeling called SketchUp, and it allowed you to do some parametric modeling, add information to different surfaces on the building. So you can add parametric information about the windows, the walls, the roof system, and do an energy analysis of that particular building. Now the issue with Energy Plus was, at least for us, was that it really required some understanding of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, MEP, engineering. And we are architects and planners, as Lee said. We're not engineers, and so that made it very difficult to actually use that software. But lucky for us, we had some good timing and some good luck. And we worked with our reseller from one of our software companies on working with one of their teams who's in the process of developing an application. At the time, it was called Vasari. It was going to be an energy modeling product that worked in their BIM application. And so what it allowed us to do was go in and add surface model information, but also do quick parametric models with parameters that were based on the building system. So building systems data were located in drop-down menus. All of that was, all that systems information was pre-assigned, so we didn't need to know anything about mechanical systems, electrical systems, or plumbing systems. So no knowledge of MEP at all. It was automated. All you had to do was just pick a building system and effect change, and everything was calculated in the cloud. And so that allowed us to move on to our next step, where we were able to calculate some different building elements for each one of our buildings in the Eco District. So we started with a baseline model. We were able to model the building that was within 2 to 10% of the actual energy use based on the data that we got from GSA. And then we modeled some subsequent models that allowed us to lower the energy use by changing out some of those building systems. And so with that, we took it out to the public to get some feedback. And for us, the public was really a bunch of federal agencies that were in that Eco District. We simplified those models down to a couple of posters, used some icons to represent the different systems that we were replacing, and added some graphs to sort of diagram what those systems would be like if you changed them out. Got some feedback, and that's where GIS comes in, because we wanted to do a district-wide energy model. And so here we started with a district-wide energy model, a 3D model of the eco-district. So this is our 2010 eco-district model for the Southwest area. We overlaid some parametric shapes on top of that and were able to extrude it, and then added the information from the BIM models to those parametric models so that you can visualize what it was like to change out this information. We used the model builder to actually create some applications that allowed us to compare some different scenarios, and then looked at those different scenarios, changing out different systems for the district. So we were able to do a district-wide energy model, and then determine what the best energy system would be, and looked at the overall best scenario for the eco-district. So that's how we were able to carry that project through. But that's how we were able to really build out an idea around data. So once we had data in place, the next thing we wanted to be able to do was visualize real-time urban data in the field to improve our project review process. And so we reached out to Esri again, and we established a new project team for a project called EyeSight. It was actually an augmented reality application. And so the goal for EyeSight was to create a simple, easy-to-use mobile application that will allow the users to virtually stake out, survey, and interactively overlay building masses on a project site. Visualization is a big part of understanding these types of projects, but the tools for creating those analysis are expensive. Sometimes it's time-consuming or difficult to learn. And if the owner of the building or the applicant actually does the illustrations, oftentimes they're very subjective. They're not really from the point of view of the public, they're from the point of view of the owner. And so what we wanted to do was create a system that delivered a consistent understanding of project impacts to improve the commission understanding of the project. And GIS became the platform to deliver that experience. And experience is an important part of this thing. We also have NEPA responsibilities, the National Environmental Protection Act, so it requires an understanding of the environmental impacts of a project as well. On some projects, we're actually the NEPA lead, and for the example I'm going to use here, we were the lead federal agency on the project. For NCPC, those impacts include things like height, bulk, mass, the views in the viewshed, setbacks, and historic context. So in this particular project, our job was to protect views to the Washington Monument, to make it simple. This project was located on what was the historic Washington Monument grounds. It was a site that had been one of the few green spaces that was left, and it was going to be taken up by a new museum. And so there was a lot of pushback from the preservation community on this. We had several meetings year after year of trying to make sure that we can get this thing to happen without necessarily ruining the views across this historic site back to the Washington Monument. And so site plans give you a good sense of the historic context, and development plans and models to do a great job of illustrating the building in the context conceptually, but oftentimes those are taken from the perspective of the owner and not from the public. And so I want to walk you through a few quick examples that came from the architect. This was the original diagram for the winning concept for the African American Museum. As you can see here in this particular diagram, the area in green is the area of the building that would be below grade. The area that's in light blue is the area above grade. In this particular example, if you notice, there's a podium that sort of pushes out towards Constitution Avenue, sort of on the far top end of that site, and out towards Madison Drive at the bottom. And on the sides there, that's 14th and 15th Street. And so what we were really trying to protect was that view across, from 14th Street across the site towards the Washington Monument. So this is what the architect submitted. Obviously, this wasn't going to work, but when he submitted his drawings, he submitted drawings that sold that building, right? These are beautiful renderings of a museum building. You can see the image at the top shows the view of the building from the Washington Monument site looking back towards the museum. This is not the view we want to protect. We want to protect the other way. So he's selling us his idea. The view at the bottom is a great view of the building along Constitution Avenue. It definitely shows that the building pushes out towards Constitution Avenue, but it's looking towards 14th Street rather than in the other direction. So it's not something that we can use to really determine whether or not there's going to have visual impacts on the project site. So the next scheme he submitted, he does something a little bit different. He tries to open the project up a little bit. He shows the tower element now pushed back towards Madison Drive at the bottom of the image. And he shows a new building out front that was going to house some administrative space closer to Constitution Avenue, but he cuts a slit across the middle of it, sort of an alley to open up that view. But if you just look at the diagram, just based on knowing that 14th Street's down there in the bottom corner looking back across, you know there's going to be some issues with the view towards the Washington Monument. It's not going to be protecting that site. And sure enough, when he submitted his drawings, The lower image shows the same thing he showed before on Constitution Avenue, looking back towards 14th Street from 15th Street. The image on top got a little bit tricky, but he crossed the street, so you can see more of the building along 14th Street. But if you can imagine, if you went across to the other side of the street, you wouldn't have that view, right? So he's trying to sell you something, and what we are trying to do is make sure that we don't get sold a package that doesn't work. So finally, he comes along with something that looks like it's going to work, right? This looks like the museum that's built now. He's showing a building in the center of the site, large green area in the front. If you look at the diagram at the bottom, it's about 50-50, the building above grade and below grade. This should work, right? It looks like what's there. But when you look at the rendering, he's tilted the landscape. And so in plan, what looks like a flat site along Constitution Avenue is actually tilted up. So you're still going to have those same visual impacts. He's still selling it from the same place. He's looking from 15th Street back towards 14th Street, and he's looking from the Washington Monument back. And so for us, that is an issue. And so this dates the project a little bit, but when this project came out, the movie Avatar was out. And I saw that movie. It looked pretty cool. It had the planet looked very realistic, and as you moved around in it, it felt like you were really on Pandora. And I was wondering how he did it. And so I saw a documentary by the movie's director, James Cameron. He actually created his own camera. And this camera actually looked back across the sound stage at actors who were walking around in motion capture suits. And he was basically shooting in real time the planet of Pandora, and that's why it felt so realistic, because he wasn't doing this stuff in post-production. He wasn't blue screening stuff and then compositing different things on top of it. It was actually as he actually saw it through the camera, so it felt much more real. So I thought, wow, maybe we should do this for our projects. So this is what augmented reality looked like in 2011. This is pre-Pokemon Go. It was very simple stuff back then. You basically had a marker, the computer's camera, your tablet camera would look through it, and it would replace that image or place something on top of that image, a 3D model. And that was augmented reality, but that's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to do full-scale, 3D geolocated augmented reality. So this is what Esri helped us with. The image at the bottom shows the ArcGIS server, and essentially what we did was place our 3D model on top of an ArcGIS server. It bounced that image, that model, up into a AR server, and at the time that was the company that was providing that. Apple bought it and put us out of business. But then it pushed that back down to your tablet. And so as you moved around on the site, it updated in near real time. We're talking about 2 or 3 meters per second. It would redraw that image, and it felt pretty realistic. And so I'll show you our pilot images for that. So we're in a building across the street from the FBI building, so we use that as our pilot site. We just took some footprints, extruded them up, grabbed some textures off the internet and applied them to that building to get that little model over there. We went out to the site, took our tablet, tilted it up, and that's what it did. It sort of drew the building. Here, it doesn't look that great because it's trying to triangulate through satellites to place the building there. Satellites move around, so sometimes the building's there, sometimes it's not. But that got pretty close, but when we walked up the street a little bit and looked back from this angle, it feels more realistic. You can see the line at the top of the building sort of is in line with the FBI building there. This is looking from our building. This is our building on the left and the FBI building across the street. And there's the model getting drawn, and then along East Street. So it felt pretty good. And so from there, we moved on. That simplicity led to a desire to make more planning tasks easier for the whole staff to carry out. And so what we wanted to do was automate some planning analysis. So back in 2017, we contracted with Esri once again to create a set of tools to automate urban design and planning tasks. The project was named NCPC 3D Base Map. Now this is actually a series of tools, not just one tool, but I'm going to talk about one for the most part. And this was our project team. So the processes that we wanted to automate were somewhat labor intensive and require some understanding of practical urban design processes and rules of thumb. Some of the main goals for the initiative were to generate an accurate and common data source, build a user-friendly method of reporting, explore some alternative development configurations, and improve the ability of non-CAD and GIS users to interface with the application. And for us, that was the most important thing, because we've got a large staff that come from a lot of different areas. We have historians, we have preservation folks like Lee, we have some planners who are policy-oriented, but we wanted everybody to be able to use the tools that we had in place rather than just a GIS staff. And so that was a big deal. And we wanted to meet those goals using analysis methods like these that we had used in previous projects. So we wanted to be able to do zoning analysis and site planning analysis, view shed and area takeoffs, building and site massings, and blocking and stacking. And we wanted to combine all these functions, all these methods into one function. So we wanted to be able to take all these different processes that we use and methods that we use to do planning analysis and make it a one-step process. So it was seemed pretty challenging at the time. Once we completed the 3D base map tool, we began looking for some projects to work on. And on one of those projects that we just recently started, the mayor had set a goal of adding 36,000 new housing units to the District of Columbia by the year 2025. And so we were concerned about those 36,000 housing units because we were thinking they're going to want to add some height somewhere. And that could impact some of the things that we're concerned about, like protecting views. And so she also indicated that she could include some changes to the Height Act and zoning regulations to make that work. So that's a big issue, and we thought the base map tool was kind of the perfect tool to start that analysis with. And so this is sort of the process we use to go through it, and I'm just going to sort of walk you through what we're doing here. So we went out and we looked at some of the sites that the district had picked out. There's 5 sites that they had named or labeled. Those are the 5 sites up there in the top corner. We looked for some plans that we had created or someone else had created for those particular sites sometimes in the past, and we had done some planning in that area before, so we used one of our projects. And then we brought that into the GIS and created some new parcels. And with those parcels, we were able to use our base map tool to start actually modeling up different configurations with different types of uses. And so with our software, we could make it the building a commercial building or a residential building, and it would actually do counts, how many housing units you had, how much office you had, how much retail, and give you some basic information about what that was. Now, once we started this, we found some holes in the tool that Esri had built for us. And so we reached out to him and said, hey, this thing's not working like it's supposed to. And so when they finished working with us, they continued working on the same idea, the same project. The team that we worked with continued building this project, and they had been working with some other cities on some similar stuff. So they invited us in to be a part of an alpha project with them. And so that project became something called ArcGIS Urban. It's really pretty new. Version 1.0, I think, came out in August. We're on version 1.0, and we're going to be on version 1.1, I think, next month. And so we actually started using this tool to develop those 36,000 housing units around the city to see how things were going to work out. And so I'm just going to show you some quick examples of that. Well, first of all, the tool checked off all our boxes. But here's a site plan that was developed by others. We imported this into the GIS, and we started massing up those units, assuming some of it would be retail, some of it would be housing. It's showing you over here that you're creating 10,000 houses just in this site in Popular Point. So of the 36,000 units that you need, you don't have to go that high. You can get 10,000 of them right there in Popular Point on a site that's underutilized right now, so why not use that site? This is McMillan Reservoir. You can't get the height and density you want on McMillan Reservoir. There was already a scheme available for that, so we basically just took the footprints for that. We got another 1,000 units there, and we actually did one at RFK Stadium where we got another 12,000 units. So just on those 3 sites, we were able to get 25,000 without having to change the Height Act. And so we want to be able to push back on some of those ideas that we're hearing from the district government about needing to grow when actually you can get 25,000 units and there's still a lot of area available. The other thing we were curious about was one of the areas that had been upzoned during the last zoning change was on North Capitol Street, and it had some pretty major impacts down here to the Capitol building, so we were concerned about that. So we decided to mass up one of those sites, and that's what this is. And when you mass it up to the maximum zoning now, you get about, I think, 120 feet in height. It doesn't really seem to impact if you're standing in the middle of the street along North Capitol Street, you might die, but it doesn't really have a visual impact if you're in the middle of the road. So that's just looking at all the individual buildings, actually calculating the numbers for those, and we get about 500 housing units if you were to do all this development, which could be good in that part of the city. But we wanted to also know whether or not this thing really matched up with what we did internally. We've been doing this same type of thing by hand, the old-fashioned way. You can call it old-fashioned way. We've been using CAD and Excel to sort of do this stuff. And so we actually calculated our own version of it, looking at the same sites. We came within 1% to 2% of what the software was doing. It took me a day and a half to do this stuff by hand, and it took me 30 minutes to do it with the software. So, and anyone can use the software. You can pretty much do this stuff out of the box, and so the software really works. A few more development units. And so that's pretty much how that idea works. And you can also look at viewshed. You can get an idea of what the viewshed is along those streets. So that brings us to innovation and commemoration, and now we're starting to think about ways we can use some of these GIS innovations in our visitor experience work. Following the eyesight project, and we get to pitch projects sometimes, so we don't do it as much anymore, but we used to have every beginning of every year we could pitch an idea. So I had pitched an idea that came out of the eyesight project for doing temporary memorials, develop a design competition with the goal of creating a virtual temporary exhibit, a mobile tourism idea as a method of communicating ideas, stories, and history virtually, use the Internet of Things, IoT, to identify where, how, and when we could deploy virtual resources, develop an implementation strategy that builds on the EyeSight project to create smart infrastructure projects, and a virtual space policy to advocate for a reduction of commercial encroachment into public space. So that was the big idea. Let's see. So these are some of the team members that worked on the two projects that came out of that. And while there's no Esri staff on this particular project, GIS still shows up in a big way in some of the projects that came out of it. The two projects that did come out of it, one was called Memorials for the Future. It was a design competition that looked at crowdsourcing future memorials. And the other one was a PA 2040, a smart cities project located along Pennsylvania Avenue. The PA 2040 was a part of a project called the Global Cities Teams Challenge, which is a smart city initiative that was being led by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST. The team started with just NCPC, the DC Chief Technology Officer's Office, OCTO, and Cisco Systems. But the team grew pretty quickly to include a lot of different organizations and a lot of different companies. And so when this project kicked off, I had an idea for a project called Walking with the Presidents. This would be a virtual project where a current president or a past president would come back to life and walk you around the city and give you some instructions. But the practical solution for this project actually turned out to be smart lighting. And so we put sensors in the streetlights to create a public Wi-Fi, to do some environmental sensing for traffic analytics and for parking. But for me, the best part of this whole deal was that there was the possibility of adding hundreds of other applications, which gave hope to the idea of walking with presidents. All right, so commemoration of GIS projects in general at NCPC have been the typical thing that you always see. Just get past that. But regulatory conditions for new memorials eliminates real-time remembrance, and currently new memorials for an individual can only be 10 years after the death of that individual, and memorials to events can only be 25 years after the end of that event. So if you think about how wars go on now forever, then a lot of the folks who are fighting those wars may never see the memorial. And so this opens the door or opportunities to rethink solutions around commemorating people and events with technology. And so, as I said, out of the Memorials for the Future came these two projects, American WOW, which is a digital projection project at metro stations, and we're actually in the process of trying to implement that now, and The Immigrant, which is an audio storytelling adventure that uses geolocation to tell the immigrant stories on metro buses across the city. We're actually working with Metro to implement that now. So conceptually, at least for me, these projects could serve as process for walking with the presidents, which is my project, so I'm going to keep pushing that idea. The next project is called FIST, the image on the left. And this project actually came out of another NIST challenge. This FIST was the first immersive safety technology, and the goal here was to create an augmented reality application for first responders. In this case, it was firemen, to allow them to find their way through unknown dark smoke-filled spaces. The concept combines all the elements of the projects I just talked about: augmented reality workflows from EyeSight, smart cities from PA 2040, GIS platform from the NCPC base map, and data models from the Eco District. And so the project actually made it to the second round of this particular challenge. So I pitched the idea to our executive director, Marcel Acosta, and he responded that it had absolutely nothing to do with our mission. No, we could not pursue it. But he added that one of the jurors from Memorials of the Future wanted to do a study about future memorial projects at the Kennedy Center, and if we could convince her that the scenario made sense and she could support the technology, we could go for it. And so the project on the right, Walking with the Presidents, is the project that we tried to pitch, and right now we're working with the Kennedy Center and the university team from the Maryland Institute College of Art to try to implement a project about Kennedy using those types of ideas. So that takes us to our application. I don't think I brought up my website. Can I pull up the website? But Lee mentioned that we were working on this historic preservation application that came out of a class that we took some time ago. So back, I think it was 2016 or 2017, we all had to take a class, a mandatory Section 106 class from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, where Lee comes from. And while in that course, HABS came up. And it was mentioned that photogrammetry was being used in that work now, and we wondered if it might be possible to incorporate that point cloud data into a GIS application. So I think I'm trying to get to ArcGIS Online. AGOL. And so that's the project that I'm just try to do a live demo of. Now, everyone said don't do a live demo up here, so if this doesn't work, it is what it is, but we'll try. So we click sign in, and I'll try to see if I can log myself in here. Oh, backwards. All right. I can't see my name. You got an R in there. I got an R in there. See, it's the worst thing about getting up here. I'm also dyslexic, so that doesn't help. Can't spell my own name. And that should have been a dot. Oh. Should have done this in advance. That looks right. Okay, so I kind of need a mouse or something to kind of use this thing. Oh, okay. All right. That does work. All right, so this is the project that we've been working on. Well, actually, I'm showing the second one first. But a part of the idea is that you might be able to build a virtual reality experience that people could have at home that would include some sort of preservation material. I don't know what's going on there. Let me go back. Oh. Oh. Okay. So yeah, so there. Okay, so go to the bottom, the second 3D, NCPC 3D basement. There you go. Hopefully this one will work. And then click on Open in Scene Viewer. Not there. Come back, click the X. Okay, Open in Scene Viewer. Other side. Yeah, there. Hit the X, yeah. But anyway, what this basically showed was that we can actually bring in a 3D model, move around it in real time with historic data that you could click on and actually see information about those individual historic buildings. It would bring up data about the individual buildings. It also allows you to bring in point clouds. And so it brings in a point cloud, series of point clouds. You can move around those point clouds in real time and really get a sense of what the city is like. And the goal was to also be able to bring in photogrammetry. We were able to get a SciArc model of the Lincoln Memorial. Now, the problem with that is we still work in government. It was a 5 gigabyte model, so we didn't have the software to open it. And of course, the IT department gave me a hard time about downloading what I needed to download, so I wasn't able to show that. But the project actually works. You can zoom around. You can see this stuff in real time. You can also split it so that you can possibly get some sort of stereo images so that you can have a 3D experience inside a computer at home. And it also could serve as the platform for the Walking with the Presidents project, right? Because now you've got a 3D base that you can use. So let me see if I can get back to the PowerPoint presentation. And I'll just sort of close out with what I'm hoping the next steps for this project might be. So, right. So from there, the preservation application is what we just looked at. We weren't able to get it to run, but this was the idea I pitched. Basically what Lee described as being a way to actually mitigate Section 106 undertakings by using existing historic data that we might be able to grab from the folks at the Park Service, at the Library of Congress, that we can place into our models. We did go out and we met with some folks. They said they would give us the data. They didn't have a whole lot of stuff for DC because they're not creating a lot of things for DC, but over time we're hoping we can collect as much of that data as possible. And so we just did the live demo. It didn't work, but the idea is to go back now and try to really do something with the Walking with the Presidents. And so what that project would be is a mixed reality project, which basically means that you have virtual objects in the real world that work on top of the virtual world, but that one understands the other, right? So where virtual reality is just immersing yourself in a computer experience, and augmented reality is just overlaying an image on top of the real world. Now these two things can talk to each other and understand each other, right? So you've got another layer of information that the computer understands. And so I just want to talk about the evolution of this stuff and how fast it actually moves. Back in 1993, I was working on this project. On the left, it was a virtual reality project. The head-mounted display, that entire unit over there, just about everything other than the simulator, was basically the head-mounted display. It actually had CRT screens in it, so it was really heavy. So you had to counterbalance it. That's what those cables are going up to the ceiling. It had this long hose, and it was going up to something called a flock of birds. It's an electromagnetic tracking system to track the position of the user as they flew through. It was the city of Agrabah, so it was an entertainment company. But the scale of everything was huge. And you can see on the right here, this is a prototype of HoloLens, what HoloLens looked like when they were looking at it in 12. And then this is over here is Magic Leap. So now this is augmented reality. You can imagine something that size, people walking around in it. In the bottom left corner is where we like to go. Something cheap and easy. The Vaunt that Intel put out last year is actually something that size. It is an augmented reality display. They took it off, well, they never put it on the market because it uses lasers. It shines lasers into your retina, and they were afraid that somebody might sue them, I guess. But it does, the scale of it works. And you can see those computers up on the top left were Silicon Graphic Onyx workstations. That's what we used back in 1994 to run one workstation on this little adventure. The same thing you were doing then, you could do now with Google Cardboard. About 30,000 polygons per second is probably about what you're getting over there. And so we can get to walking with the presidents, right? So that's our product over there on the left when we had to use some customized alias and wavefront, which is now Maya. You can buy it off the shelf. And we had a Silicon Graphics platform that was built specifically for our project. Now you can use things like the Unreal Engine. You can download Unity for free. And so there's game engines out there that are available, so you can start balancing this stuff out using it pretty simply. And you can export out directly from Esri to City Engine, and from City Engine to Unreal Engine, so you can get to that game engine right away. So I think we can get to walking with the presidents in the near term. We'll see how it works out. If they keep supporting me at the office, we'll have it. That's the end of my presentation, so thanks very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ken and Lee. All right, so we're down to our final presenters of the day. Also, as a reminder, we have a question and answer session at the end of this talk, so we'll have a bunch of our presenters today up here to answer any general questions you have. We'll have a few microphones wandering around in case you have questions, and we can sort of open this up for a wider dialogue. So our final presenters today come from the University of Virginia. Dr. Guoping Huang is an assistant professor in the Urban and Environmental Planning Department at the University of Virginia, where his research interests, publications, and projects have focused on geodesign, landscape planning, urban planning, and the digital humanities. Will Rourke is a 3D data and content specialist with the UVA Library Scholars Lab and has been there since 2001. And since 2001, he has been the lead architectural consultant to the UVA Tibetan and Himalayan Library. They will be presenting Lhasa VR, documenting the historic Tibetan capital through 3D GIS. So please welcome Dr. Guoping Huang and Will Rourke.
So hello everyone, good afternoon, and Will and I are actually going to take you not only back in time, but also take you to a very remote place. So, things started here. So I think many of you still remember the great breakthrough that we all witnessed or experienced when the Web 1.0 moved to Web 2.0 era. And we are not only able to read the contents on the web, but we are also able to contribute our contents to the web. So we can read and write to the internet. The internet became a lot more interactive. It's a two-way communication. And that's why we call today's internet is very much the social web. And during this time, there was a very important technology development. It's called mashup. Mashup basically is a technology that allows people to overlay different map layers, not just the map layers on the web, but also some kind of map layer that you make by yourself. You can overlay all these layers together using some standardized web protocols like WMS or WFS. And in the end, you can have all kinds of web maps on the internet. So during that time, I worked with some colleagues at the Harvard University to develop this digital atlas of Roman and the medieval civilization project. And this is basically a depository of anything about Roman Empire and medieval civilization. We document the towns and the roads, anything you can think about Roman Empire. And this actually became a very important infrastructure project for the emerging field called digital humanities. So people were able to overlay, for example, thousands of shipwrecks in Europe with something like Crusaders' routes. And then they can analyze the content and they publish papers on all kinds of journals. And people also overlay, for example, the Black Death data with something like trading routes, and then learn lots of new things. There's another project called Pleiades, which basically established a gazetteer database for Roman time period. So now if you put in any place name in different languages, the system will tell you where it is located and as well as the historical context during the Roman time period. And scientists are even able to analyze the tree ring information and as well as archaeological sites and publishing the paper about the climate change. So the technology basically allowed us to do this, all kinds of new intellectual inquiries into new subjects, and led to this explosive growth of this emerging field called geohumanities. But today, now we are moving into this Web 3.0 era. And these are the key features about Web 3.0. We're going to have artificial intelligence, not just our users, but actually there's a machine actually going to analyze the information on the web, categorize them, and then make decisions sometimes for you. It's going to be a semantic web. All the databases will be smartly linked together in order to give you more information. It's also going to be very ubiquitous. In other words, the internet is going to be everywhere. It's going to be in every smart device we use because of the Internet of Things. And there's going to be a lot of 3D graphics on the internet. So how these kind of new technologies are going to impact web visualization and impact learning as well as knowledge distribution on the web. So these are the questions we want to explore in our project.
So on to the 3D. First of all, thanks for having us here today. My background with the University of Virginia Library is as a 3D person. I do a lot of 3D scanning and with a variety of technologies and techniques, including structured light scanning at different scales, laser scanning, aerial and terrestrial photogrammetry as well. I'm not really the GIS guy, but I'm going to talk today about a GIS project where we had the opportunity to use a lot of 3D. So keep in mind that what I'm doing at the University of Virginia Library is collecting and processing a lot of data. So we'll come back to that a little later. But the main topic that we're talking about today is a Mellon-funded grant project that started around 2009 to study the use of 3D and virtual worlds technologies for telling and creating spatial narratives. And this was, as a result of the grant, we have formed a consortium called the Humanities Virtual Worlds Consortium. It was a multi-institutional consortium that included the University of Virginia. And each one of the universities, each one of the institutions involved took their own 3D project and adapted it to the tools that we were intending to build for creating and curating spatial narratives. Our team was mostly composed of people from the Tibetan and Himalayan Library, which is housed at the University of Virginia. It's one of the foremost repositories of Tibetan cultural heritage around. And the PIs were David Germano and Curtis Schaefer, and they helped us with a lot of the back-end data that went into this. And in fact, a lot of our data, just about all of our data, comes from the th-lib, which we'll take a look at in a little bit. I was not the GIS guy. Goping was the GIS guy. I was the tech lead. I knew who was in the university who could help us, and I also did the 3D parts of that, as we will see. But there were a number of other people involved here, and some people I don't even have listed here. So there's a legacy of working in 3D and GIS with the Tibetan and Himalayan Library at UVA. Back around 2000, David Germano came to me with a set of architectural drawings of a particular monastery in the middle of the old town part of Lhasa, which is the capital of Tibet. I took those drawings and created a VRML world from that, which was an early 3D way to put 3D on the web and make it interactive. Which that model was then connected to a MySQL database so that you could explore spaces and get information back about all the different things involved. And the whole thing ran on the web. Barely runs on the web anymore. And the other thing that barely runs on the web anymore is the GIS work we did. We built interactive layered GIS maps that we did in Flash, which will be dead next year officially. So I'm not sure what we're going to do with all that legacy stuff. But it was a static mapping process. We just took static maps that were generated in ArcGIS and put them into a web interface that people could interact with. It didn't really connect to a database back end. So then this virtual world grant came up, and we saw this as an opportunity to focus our efforts on creating a new historic GIS for Lhasa. Because there really wasn't, or there still isn't, except for now, a comprehensive GIS for the capital city of Lhasa in Tibet. So we started to go in that direction. We knew we could take our 2D maps and create 3D from that and put that into our platform that we were trying to create for spatial narratives. The time period that we were focusing on was the time of really historic modern, or I should say modern historic Lhasa. This was Lhasa pre-Sino occupation in 1959, going back to the era of the fifth Dalai Lama, the Great Fifth, from the mid-1600s. The fifth Dalai Lama was responsible for the building of the Potala, which is a world monument, World Heritage Monument. And he also established Lhasa as the center of government and religion for Tibetan Buddhism. And really, Lhasa started to take its form at that time and then expand into the 20th century, but retain that form before it was dramatically altered by mid-20th century. And so, as I was saying, our data back end comes from years of work done by the Tibetan and Himalayan Library. They specialize in many different areas of cultural heritage in Tibet. We've done a lot of on-the-ground documentary evidence, and there are a lot of videos and tutorials on Tibetan language and Tibetan Buddhism on the site at the thlib.org if you want to visit it for yourself. But one of the other areas of focus was on the places in Tibet. So there's an extensive places database at the thlib online presence. And that included a lot of places inside Lhasa, but also adjacent to Lhasa. And so that helped us shape our focus on the entire Kichu River Valley in which Lhasa is situated. So the city of Lhasa sits in a floodplain surrounded by high-peaked mountains all around, and the Kichu River runs right through the middle of it. There's the central area of Lhasa City itself, but there are also some very important monastic sites adjacent to Lhasa, including Sera Monastery and Drepung Monastery. And those are feature sites also at the TH-Lib. So we have a lot of information, a lot of field work done in those areas that contribute to the place's database. So we knew that we had just a wealth of information that we needed to connect up to maps that needed to be created. So doing this was not trivial. There's not a lot of information on historic Lhasa out there. Not like there is, say, in ancient Rome, which some of the other institutions in our consortium were focused on. So we had to do extensive research. There are some very, very detailed maps that come out of the early 20th century. The one in the middle is the Peter Aufschneider map from 1948. Peter Aufschneider, made famous by 7 years in Tibet with Heinrich Herr and Brad Pitt. And this map was done in 48. It extensively details about 867 features in the oldest central part of Lhasa. And these are named features. All those lists in the upper right-hand corner, they're all in Tibetan, and we translated them to English. And so we have at least 867 features that are very well known, but we also used a number of maps from the British expeditions of 1904. A number of maps were created that listed features outside of the central city proper. And then we have other historic documents. There's an interesting 17th century depiction of the Potala down below as a Western European castle because it was done by somebody who'd seen a lot of those and had never seen a building quite like the Potala. And then there is a wealth of architectural information from on-the-ground survey work done by an NGO called the Tibet Heritage Fund, which was led by one of our colleagues, Andre Alexander. He produced 2 books on secular architecture and religious architecture, the temples of Lhasa and the traditional houses of Lhasa, which is just filled with lots of architectural drawings to scale and plan section elevation. So a wealth of data there for building a lot of the specific buildings. And then, of course, the Lhasa Atlas, which is looks at urban planning, urban layout, architectural construction, and history of Lhasa by Knut Larsen, who helped provide a lot of our resource material for building these maps as well. So tons of historical references that we found in graphic form, which, like I said, it was not easy to do. It took us about 2 years to gather all those together. And then Curtis Schaefer and David Germano and his group from the TH-Lib had a lot of textual references that we could add to it. So we can infer where buildings were, what they were like, how many stories there were, those kinds of things. Those were all important for putting together the GIS. This was sort of a linchpin in the whole construction of our mapping. This was a declassified low-altitude image that I got from Earth Explorer, from USGS. It's extremely high-detailed. It was free. I couldn't believe it. It's from 1966, so there were still a lot of historic buildings still standing by 66, and you can zoom all the way into the footprint of these buildings and start to build your GIS features from those footprints.
So that image is really a game changer because most of the maps that you saw a moment ago, or I wouldn't call them maps from a perspective of a GIS specialist, because for me those are more like sketches. They are not to scale. They were not conducted in a professional kind of survey, you know. So that kind of imagery really served as like a basis for us to geolocate all those important objects. And we also used a digital elevation model. We found USGS website. This is the SRTM data. That's the only free digitalization model we can find for Lhasa. It's 90-meter resolution. It's quite low, unfortunately. So it creates some problems later on, as you can see in visualization, but that's the only data available we can use. And then we georeferenced all the historical maps and some of the bird's eye views and used as a basis to digitize all the features we can find on those maps. So here you can see we digitized all the building footprints as well as the trail, the river at that time. The river also changed a lot over time. As well as you can see, the sick line, which represents a link core. Link core basically is a route that initially the 5th Dalai Lama planned for local residents as well as pilgrims to circumambulate around the city in order to pay their worship to the Dalai Lama. So that's a very important monument that we digitized. And we also have a large collection of historical media, like this one is the photo collection from the Pitt River Museum at Oxford University. And those photos were taken from 1920 to 1950. And because these were taken by old cameras and lenses, and also because we have now a virtual 3D model of Lhasa, that's why we were actually able to estimate quite accurately the viewpoint as well as the view direction of those photos. So we basically digitized those photos by actually the point where the photo was taken, as well as showing you the view angle of the photo. So that's part of the very labor-intensive work we did. So now we are trying to move to 3D.
So, like I said, we knew we could create maps that we could then convert to 3D. There were tools out there available at the time, like City Engine, for example, that could take this 2D and create 3D, and that's basically what we did. I wrote a series of scripts that took the back-end data from ArcGIS, looked at basically how many, the height of a building, which was only in stories, and usually it's only 1 or 2 or 3. And then textured the buildings automagically using procedural 3D modeling, which is what City Engine is all about. It's about procedural modeling, which is modeling from using data, not manual modeling. But I also did some custom modeling. My custom modeler of choice is 3D Studio Max, as was most of my colleagues in the consortium. So I was able to use a lot of the data from Andre Alexander's books to apply towards creating more custom models. The idea here is that we would just flesh out the entire population of buildings with procedural modeling and then start to build more detailed models over time. So this project is far from complete, and it's a work in progress because these models can get quite detailed. We're just trying to do what we can right now to show where we want to go. So the detail in the models is not that significant yet, but we have the resources to make them more detailed. The other piece of information that I added was I did some photogrammetry while I was doing field work in Lhasa in 2016. I can't take laser scanners into Lhasa. It was risky enough that I was doing photogrammetry there. But I did do some photogrammetry of some monuments and some other features that were there. If you don't know what photogrammetry is, I hate putting it on this basic of a level, but it is basically taking 2D photos and creating 3D data from those photos, especially if you're able to apply measurement. So I had a measurement device with me that I could add to the processing of the 2D images to create measured data, which we could then use as models. And that's the feature down in the lower right. Are stupas in a field outside of Lhasa at a little nunnery called Chupsang. but very near a major monastery called Sarah. And so this kind of shows the process for procedural modeling, because it is magic. We identified over 3,500 features that we think are features, individual features, in the Lhasa Valley from the 1966 aerial photo and from our maps that were all georeferenced. So we started with Andre Alexander's architectural data and applied that to CGA scripts in City Engine, and quickly created all of the base buildings, and then that's the procedural part, and then started to make handmade buildings in 3D Studio Max. So back to the consortium. The whole idea here is that we're trying to create a platform that others can reuse to create 3D spatial narratives. And the tool, the platform we chose to help us with that is the Unity 3D game engine, which for us as educators is free. If you're going to create a game, it's a little bit more. It's not too expensive though, compared to the gaming industry. So we took all the 3D data that we had generated in City Engine and ported it out into Unity 3D, where we could then apply very custom scripts to create very custom interaction. The more interaction you want, the more scripting you're going to have to do. So we actually hired out a third-party developer group from Ball State who helped us do the majority of the scripting in Unity 3D. One big thing we had to overcome was when you make the leap out of the Esriverse, ESRI tools, you lose your data connection. We kept our data connection from ArcMap to City Engine, but when we export out of City Engine, we don't have that data connection. So we had to reconnect our data using JavaScript inside Unity 3D, and that's just an example of the kind of 3D programming that went into that. And then we took the programming from Ball State and created a Drupal interface that involves more web scripting, so that we had web pages talking to objects inside 3D and vice versa, back and forth, so that you could create these custom tours. You could take people on tours. The intention of the platform was that it was multiplayer, it was a social environment, but it was also a learning environment. So we want tools that are in there to help you learn and communicate these things. Now, this was a few years ago, so just remember that when we look at this demo of what we ended up doing. And again, this was a work in progress. This was nowhere near completion, but it'll show you some of the ideas that we had, and hopefully this will work. It works. So we had a web page. We created a tour based on an actual tour that took place by British officer Percival Landon, who had followed the Lincor route, circumambulation route, around the city of Lhasa and took lots of photos. This was 1904. So there are a lot of very interesting landmarks that we can still identify. And so the idea is that you could follow the tour on the right with some information. It takes you around the city. You have the ability to go wherever you want to. It's non-linear. We created a linear experience, but within that is non-linear interactivity. You can walk around, you can get information about things that are tied to the place's database, you can fly, so that you can get a bird's eye view. We wanted multiple forms of interaction for the user. We weren't tied to the avatars either. We want something that's a little more cultural, but this was a proof of concept. Also, we wanted a way to have users be able to annotate the things that they see. So we created a placard system where you can annotate where you are, your location, lat long is being tracked in Unity 3D, and these are actual locations. So this could be taken back out and put into ArcGIS and archived as a map in itself. Like I said, it was intended to be a multi-user environment with chat, so that you could have perhaps a teacher in one part of the world lead a class from another part of the world, and they could converse through this program. This is about as far as it got, and the funding ran out, and they keep saying they want to do, a third phase of funding, but we probably won't go there. So really, this is the direction that we want to go in.
So then we started building this new platform based on the Asterisk ArcGIS Online, and so this is actually a web scene that captures all the things we have been talking about here. So that includes 2D, 3D features, historical maps, historical media, and the literature database, everything. So I'm just going to again show you a very quick demo. And because we learned the lesson from kids, that's why we pre-recorded the screenshot here so they can still do the live demo. So look, now you're looking at the city of Lhasa, and you can tilt the ground to switch to the three-dimensional view. So here you're looking at the Potala Palace. Okay. And then there are lots of layers you can turn on. For example, I'm turning on the off-Schneider map that Will just mentioned. You can zoom in and you can even read the detailed text on it. You can turn off some of the 3D models so you read all the original text on the map. The map, as I mentioned earlier, is more like sketch, so we actually rubber sheeted in order to fit the ground. And then if there's an important building, you can click on it and it takes you to the Tibetan Himalayan Library, specific entry for that building. You can also do something very similar to what Will showed you. It's a tour based on the Landon's description about Lhasa. So again, we are following this linkwar circumambulating around this the Potala Palace, going to different places of the city. So you can see that how Potala Palace has always been kept as the focal point along this linkwar. And you can turn on the layer of historical photos, and then you have all the viewpoints and view directions. So you click on any point, it takes you to the Pitt River collection. So you can see that photo here. So that is a very, very quick brief demo trying to show you some of the main features of this new platform, and still lots of work to get things done on that platform. But let's talk about future directions.
Yep. So we're leaving Drupal behind and going with ArcGIS Online, hopefully. But back to what I do, again, in dealing with 3D data, I not only collect and process 3D data, but I'm trying to find interesting ways to use that 3D data. And also, since I'm with a library, I'm trying to find out ways that we can keep this data around for a very long time. So we're looking at archive options out there. The UVA library is very much an open access library. We try to promote that as much as we can. We have an initiative called Libra, which helps provide open access to all the scholarship that comes through the library. We are a member of the Harvard Dataverse, which is an open source platform for open access data. And Dataverse is pretty amazing. It'll take all the weird 3D formats that I deal with. It'll ingest any of it and give it right back out to anybody who wants it in the world with DOIs for every single asset that you feed into Dataverse. We also do some scripting on the back end so that once we publish in Dataverse, it's searchable and discoverable in Virgo, which is our search and discovery platform. So there are a number of artifacts actually up in Virgo that you can download and from anywhere in the world. And we also try to provide a custom interface to this whole thing using a Drupal interface, not the one from the consortium, but a different one. which uses open source Web 3D viewers like the 3D Heritage Online Presenter, which is another free and amazing tool for viewing 3D data online. And that is in collaboration with the Institute for Advanced Technology in the Humanities, or IATH, which are some of my colleagues from the university, from UVA. And so we want to try to figure out ways that we can preserve and disseminate ArcGIS, or just GIS projects. One of the areas of interest with our archivists and data preservationists involves data containers like Docker or emulation environments, so that we can take these entire environments and encapsulate them, archive them, and hopefully they'll run 100 years from now. Maybe they'll run 10 years from now, because these things will disappear. There are open source GIS alternatives like QGIS that we could take and put into a Docker container, and then hopefully it can go into either an immediate open access platform like Dataverse, or long-term repository like the AP Trust, the Academic Preservation Trust, which is also housed in the UVA library. So we're looking at all sorts of different ways that we can help 3D data live and get out to everyone. So.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, in the Web 3.0 era, we will need a lot of 3D graphics. That's why I think that 3D data sharing and cross-sourcing is going to be super important. But also, in the future, I think 3D objects are not just for visualization purpose. They are actually going to be new gateways to link the database or additional information or multimedia resources. So as you can see that in the Lhasa VR project, we are trying to link everything together, not just by keywords, by categories, but also by spatial locations, by whatever, what some kind of information we can find. So here, just one example that how things are linked to the Tibetan Himalayan library and also the Pit River's image collection, all through this 3D visualization. And we're also trying to make this a new immersive and experiential learning environment for our students, because we think that it's very important for students to put themselves into this scene and then see the historical context in order to learn. So just imagine that in the future, if you visit the city of Lhasa, right, and you can actually put on those glasses that Keith just showed you. This is in very, very kind of retro style, smart glasses. And then the system can immediately recognize where you are, what you are looking at, and then they can actually bring some historical photos to you, okay, so you can see the historic context. And maybe with just one click on the glasses that you can actually get a very rich kind of literature information about what you're looking at. So you learn just by looking at, just stand where you are and then look at things, you can learn a lot of things in this new virtual and immersive learning environment. And we believe that this is going to be the future of learning, and this is going to be the future of knowledge acquisition and knowledge distribution in this Web 3.0 era. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guoping and Will. So that concludes our program of speakers for today. How about another round of applause for all of our presenters? At this point, we'd like to open up a question and answer for our speakers today. So if anyone has any particular questions for any of the speakers today about anything GIS, cultural preservation, 3D mapping. We'll be walking around with some microphones in case anyone has any questions. All right. Yes, actually, can I get all the speakers up on stage, please?
start over on this side since Tim hasn't gotten, or you've got one already, so we'll start with you.
Just thinking, as I'm listening to you, that this isn't a new problem with cultural preservation, protecting archives and such. It's been going on, archaeology constantly is finding new sites, and I'm thinking, particularly in my own experience of having taken a trip about 20 years ago to Midway, and that's managed actually by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and one of the concerns they had is, okay, what history do we protect? We protect the World War II history? Do we protect the Pan Am Clipper history? Do we protect the now new environmental history? And then also, what level? Conservation, preservation, restoration, how do we define those? And it's one of the things the one ranger mentioned was that it's almost like every single place, okay, which history to protect here, what level do we protect? How would you address that in each of your situations, if it applies in your situation?
Anyone have an answer for that?
I think that would take another day-long conference, perhaps, to even approach that question.
Yeah, that's another conference. Preservation to me is iterative and derivative, and so I think you need to think about the different categories of preservation that need to exist. Environmental, structural, all of these things. I think personally it should all be preserved, but how do we build a structure for that?
So we're on Capitol Hill, so I'll ask a question related to the policy work that goes across the street. Can any of you talk about how your research can contribute to sort of policy making within the realm that it fits in, or how it might be applied to some sort of relevant policy questions within society today?
I could try that one. So, Ken Walton from the National Capital Planning Commission. So that's a really good question for us because right now we're in the process of looking at the Height Act. And there's, a lot of policy around that. We definitely want to keep, other buildings outside of the, Washington Monument, those buildings that have hierarchical significance lower. But the district government, of course, is looking for tax revenue, right? And so they want to build more buildings, higher buildings, taller buildings. And so a lot of the work that we're doing with GIS, specifically the project like the mayor's 36,000 housing units, is based on trying to develop some policy in order to work with the district and make sure they're able to build what they need to build, but at the same time respect our concerns about additional height to some of the buildings in the downtown area and even outside of the downtown area. So we focus a lot of our GIS work on policies that might impact things that we're concerned about.
So I'm also going to have Deidre answer that question since she mentioned FGDC.
Right. I think that there's a couple ways we can tie into that. I mean, even within the Park Service, we use GIS on a daily basis to just manage our sites, to manage, what grass am I mowing today so that I don't hit all the archaeological sites? Just doing basic planning so that I don't build a building on top of something that I shouldn't be touching. Just basic cultural resource management skills. And I think all the work that our office does, working with states and with tribes to look at their inventories of cultural resources across the entire state or across the entire tribal area, again, it's doing the same kind of thing. Managing those resources, planning for those resources in terms of what can I do with them, what can I not do with them, but also using them for mitigation, as was mentioned before, and trying to understand how we can be better prepared, how can we better situate these resources so that we have them in the future. All that goes into, all of that comes out of the GIS. In terms of the Federal Geographic Data Committee, and this gets back to what the Senator was mentioning this morning in terms of the Geospatial Data Act, that codifies the Federal Geographic Data Committee in law, and it requires all of us federal agencies to create GIS data, not duplicate other people's data, reduce redundancy. It requires us to report to Congress as to what we have created. It requires us to make metadata so that other people know what we've done and how they can use it. So it opens up a whole new world of what we should be doing with this data. And it also requires us to put data out there on these kinds of platforms that these guys are all using. So public platforms like GeoPlatform or data.gov, where we put authoritative data sources so people know I need to go here if I want to get the source for X data. So there's a lot of ways that this ties into policy at local levels, at state levels, at federal levels, all the way up and down the chain.
That was a good softball.
Hi, thank you. These have been wonderful presentations today. And you all have developed a number of tools. So where is the private sector? Two examples I can think of. I was at IBM, T.J. Watson, and they had developed the Rome Research Labs. They had developed a virtual kind of tour of Pompeii, I remember. Then also Google, of course, has, talking about data and mapping the world. So where do you see the role of the private sector? Because a bunch of wonderful things that you do, in the university environment or, in a kind of a government environment, do not become, accessible to everybody to be used, whether it's, people, civilians or students, learning history or architecture and so on. So that's sort of one question I have.
I'll
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment, since I have the mic here. But I think we actually do a lot of creating in the interest of heritage tourism. And so I think there's a lot of that going on, particularly in the private sector. We do a lot of that for parks to encourage people to visit parks by seeing things that they might not easily be able to see, like that Sitka totem pole trail. But I think heritage tourism and interpretation is a major player in that.
Yeah, I think there are really two levels here. There's the level, you'll notice when Will talks about his work, it's open source and preservation. The private sector work is very different. The work that I do with the billions of point sources could never be done, as far as I know, open source. I mean, I'm using NVIDIA and Google Cloud and other computational means to do that. So I think there's two levels. And that higher end level seems to filter down eventually to the base level where we're all kind of hopefully trying to get to with cultural heritage preservation, which is that it's an open thing, that everyone can get at it. But there's a couple different things. I mean, the stuff that Will is working on and the sources that the National Park Service is putting together, which are for open distribution for people, are very, very different than trying to solve a computational problem, whether the walls of Notre Dame have expanded by 4 centimeters or something like that, which would make them destabilize. So there's a vast array of these sort of computational things going on.
I just wanted to address the private sector issue too. One of the things that we haven't talked about up here and that is a huge issue within the cultural resource GIS community is, of course, the security of the data. We can't just throw out all of the archaeological sites. We in the federal world have to comply with federal regulations, with laws. Even in the private sector world, there's the Archaeological Resources Protection Act, there's the National Historic Preservation Act. We can't just distribute everything that we want to distribute. Having all of these fantastic tools is fantastic, but we also have to create the tools that that generalize the data so that I can still use these tools to help me figure out, okay, if the wildfire is going here, it might hit these cultural resources, but not necessarily identify where those cultural resources are specifically or what they are. So there's lots of tools that we can get help from the private sector, but that is always a concern, the security of the data.
Hi, my question centers around issues of natural hazards which could lead to disasters and climate change. Within your cities or communities and the work that you're doing, the data visualization is very important to help or assist in risk-informed decision making. But are you guys using the work and the data that you've collected in any way towards disaster or emergency management and planning, and or to help you figure out where the vulnerabilities are within your communities and cities, etc., so that you could sort of like make decisions for how to mitigate or adapt these vulnerabilities at all?
Since I'm always the person that answers the disaster questions, I'll answer that one. Yes, we do use the data. Even within federal agencies and things like that, we're looking at where are our resources, where might they be endangered by sea level rise or things like that, so that we can go ahead and do the mitigation first and make sure we can target, these are the things that we know are going to be impacted sooner rather than later. Let's get them documented. Then let's worry about, do we need to move them? Do we need, what do we need to do with it? But having that information is critical for all the federal agencies that are responding to any kind of disasters. So we work specifically with FEMA to give them things like the National Register of Historic Places data to make sure they have access to all of it, including the restricted information that we don't just put out there, so that they can make sure that they know what they're getting into when they're trying to respond to a disaster. We also work, again, with the states and other folks who are going to be the ones that are taking the brunt of the disaster. They're the ones that are going to be doing a lot of the mitigation, things like that. This gets back to what I mentioned earlier today, the methodology for responding to a disaster that we created for Cultural Resources. We're creating tools to help people survey following a disaster, using digital geospatial tools to grab a location, grab a photograph, grab the information that FEMA needs, that the state needs, things like that. So the short answer is yes. We could always be better, but the short answer is yes.
Sure. On project, let me get the mic, I guess. So for us, we're a small federal agency, and so we're really focused just on the district and the region. But we do a lot of projects related to flooding, like flooding in the downtown area. So we work with the district government a lot on a lot of GIS projects related to the flooding that goes on in the mall and in the National Capital Region. We also work with HCEMA. We're part of a committee of agencies that work along with the DC government on disaster and disaster relief. We share a lot of GIS data. Although our responsibility is very limited in that area, we try to support anybody who's actually working, whether it's the Park Service or whether it's DC government. And so we share data, we provide any service support that we can, and if there's a project that they think we can help on, we do.
Okay. I would really like to thank all the speakers. These are wonderful presentations. And a question probably more to the organizers and to the speakers, whether the presentations would be available on the project, on the website somewhere?
It was all live streamed and recorded and will be up within a month or so.
But because the slides
are also captured with the
the reason why I'm also asking, because I've learned so much, and I think that all of you could do a little bit more outreach. We have been bending the ears of the ladies from the national parks because I had no idea what they are doing. And all of these tools are just natural to bring kids into science, into GIS, into culture, into preservation. So I would really like to see that all of you somehow, on your very limited budgets, I understand, do more outreach, because it really is needed to bring the young people into this area.
Just a quick shout out to the AAG, the American Association of Geographers, has a thing called AAG Mentors, which is basically a website where mentors are matched with schools and things like that to teach GIS. And it's a huge program that's been really very successful. Actually, earlier on, the actual director of that was here, but they've left. But there is a lot of that going on, especially at Esri. Esri is very much concerned with keeping the generations moving. So.
Well, I may want to respond to especially for the K-12 education, the Library Congress contribution. We have a center called Young Readers Center, which you may not know, you may know, because libraries, reading rooms, 22 are most likely handling the collections. And we have an age limit, 16 years old or older. So focusing on younger generation, we make some like a second copy, or especially for the Habs here, we have duplication reference copy just distributed to the Young Readers Center. Now they have kind of state representative project for the hair, Historic American Engineering records, and they can show, they can tell. And we are collaborating last year that we have a Teachers Institute in the Library Congress. Engineer teacher for the K-5 was the resident for a year. She created the hair 50th anniversary symposium, and then also some Teachers Institute kind of teaching session. So if you keep eyes open for the library's upcoming events, I think more and more are coming under the structure of the Dr. Hayden, who is really into the public programs.
In NCPC, we volunteer too, usually through other organizations. So we work with the AIA's Architecture in the Schools. We volunteer over at Phelps High School, which is a school for engineering and technology. And we also, volunteer with the Washington Architecture Foundation. They do a competition every year. And so we work with the students as jurors and that type of thing. So we do some volunteering. Nothing big because we're very small, but we get out there as much as we can.
As I told you, but I should say for the benefit of the group, that we've been running a summer student program for 61 years now. So every summer, architecture students and architectural historians work for us in the summer, actually in a paid position where they're brought in the field and they do a lot of the documentation that you saw today.
I always wanted that job. I wasn't good enough.
So I have a question specifically for Ken.
Okay.
Walking with the presidents. We've often talked, and I know this has happened in projects, and we talked a lot about this when we were pulling our story map projects together. Sometimes you have to give up on an idea. Sometimes you have to throw it on the wayside, off the table. And I think a lot of what you've talked about, just sticking to that idea, has had a lot of unexpected consequences, and positively so. Right. So, is it time to give up on the idea and let it morph into something else, or are we going to stick to it for a little while longer?
Never. Yeah, we're going to stick to it a little while longer because I believe it's going to work. I mean, I think one of the things that's happened is, so I am dyslexic, and so my mind's floating around all over the place, so ideas are popping in and out. So every project I work on, something else comes along that seems like it could fit with that idea, but, it's hard to let them go. And so I'm going to continue pushing it. Now, Marcel Acosta, our executive director, may never, ever think that that's a good idea, but I'm going to keep trying to make it happen, so never give up.
Thank you again to all the speakers.
Just got to make that, I'd like to do a collaboration with
Yeah, thank you again, everyone, for coming out today for the morning session and/or the afternoon session. Really appreciate the great turnout. And thank you, of course, to our speakers again. I think the theme really came together through each presentation. Really a lot of interesting intersections between different ideas about cultural preservation, GIS, 3D mapping, and really just a lot of cool information out there. So I encourage you to seek out the individual speakers on your way out, if you have more questions or want to collaborate or whatnot. So GIS Day is not exactly done. We still have an open house in the Geography and Map Division. So until about 4:30, perhaps slightly later, we will have the Geography and Map Division open with a bunch of our cartographic treasures on display. So I highly encourage you guys to come on over and check that out. The Geography and Map Division is in the Madison building. Across the street, it's across Independence Avenue. If you went over there to that building for lunch, it's through that tunnel. And a bunch of us will be heading over, so if you'd like to join our path through, you can do that. It is in the basement level of the Madison building, so sort of that facade facing Independence Avenue. If you go right to the basement, you see the big globe. That's where we are. And so I think, one more thing.
I would really be remiss if I didn't thank the entire Geography and Maps staff that helped coordinate, support, follow up the speakers, and get this off the ground. So would you mind please giving them a round of applause?
And with that, we'll close out another great GIS day and hope to see you all at the open house. Thank you.